Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Lazarus expedition. How's everyone doing today?
Doing good, yeah?
Doing
Mhm.
fabulous.
Good,
Doing okay.
good.
Not too much to report, but
Great. That's really what we're hoping for here. So,
Mhm.
let's hop into game. Who remembers where we were last time?
Well,
There's
I
about-
do, Neil.
I know
But-
you do, but what about Mr. Mutant? Does he know what's going on?
I know
Has
what's
he
going
ever
on.
remembered anything?
That's right. Last week we were on our skiff, our boat, and we were traveling in the Badlands along the river. I don't know what it's called. And we got attacked by some flying snake monsters. But Steermere was able to throw down a fog cloud and keep us entirely 100% safe from the monsters. So as we go up the river, having narrowly avoided that encounter, we see a Cyclops plus a ton of other ogres.
Mhm.
We talk about it for like an hour about what we should do. Eventually we say we'll go at night, and our plan begins. We go, Cyclops starts hurling shit at us, so we pull over, we kill them all in like 4 rounds, and now we are tiny hut resting outside of the cave that we're going to go into in the morning. And
I'd like to
check what's
modify
down there.
the list of events he just gave. For the first time in the entire campaign, we actually laid out a plan, and the second it didn't go exactly to plan, we immediately just turned into the enemies and began combat.
That's
And
how
it worked.
goes.
It did work.
And it worked.
It did work.
But the question remains, Mr. Mutin, what's in the cave?
Find out this time on the Lazarus expedition.
Find out right now. Yeah, let's go in the cave.
You don't want to wait till morning?
No,
we doing
wait till
a-
morning. I'm
what-
just-
We're doing a short rest, right?
Short rest. Okay.
Yeah, I thought I was setting up alarms to cover the front of the cave,
Yeah.
and then I was gonna, set up a tiny hut. I was gonna collect
Smart.
some ogre teeth too, real quick, if I have time.
Mm-hmm.
Want a few of those.
Yeah.
Just the big canines. Those are the best ones.
So what does it look like when you are collecting ogre teeth? Because an ogre's a large creature, right? It's got a lot
Basically,
to it.
just hitting the teeth and hoping they come out. Like he's just like bashing it. Maybe using my shield for leverage or something. Or if there's like a big rock nearby, I'll probably chip a lot of them.
Mm-hmm. Ethan, the monster hunter, will come on over and give you a hand with it. This isn't the first time he's removed teeth from creatures. It's sort of wordlessly, just sort of like, this is what we do, right? You kill a creature, that's pretty cool. You take its teeth, awesome. But Mott, the healer, will approach the rest of the party and give like disgusted looks towards the two of you and say to Cassian, why are they doing that?
I assume it's for magical ingredients. His spells probably need ogre teeth.
That's Cassian never lies, right? This is something that he honestly believes.
This is something that he honestly believes. I wouldn't imagine that they would just be over there pulling ogre teeth out for the fun of it. Yeah.
Right, okay. Yeah, well, Mott listens and is, well, I hadn't considered that. And quietly, puts herself in a position where her back is to the teeth pulling. Now, while the two of them are pulling teeth, and there's the cave just over there as the sun is going down and the shadows are growing long, and you're sitting in the shade of the Three Sisters volcanoes. What are the rest of you doing? Is there any concern that something might use the growing darkness as an opportunity to sneak out of the cave? Are there any dangers to be had here?
Yeah, that's a good point. Well,
Just watching the cave on alert.
yeah, and we're in the tiny hut, right? So.
Can't be in the
I don't
tiny
think we
hut.
are in the tiny hut because he's pulling teeth. He hasn't put it down yet. At this
Oh,
point.
okay. But we're going to be in the tiny hut.
Yeah,
Correct.
eventually.
So
yeah.
I think as the sun's setting, then, because of that fear, I'll probably shout over to Iron Grip, like, Iron Grip, hurry up! We need the fucking magic house thing. It's getting dark.
Iron Grip will call back and be like, okay. And he'll give like one of the big old canines like a final thump. You want to check to see if it comes out?
I do. I want an athletics check. You've been working on it for a little while, but not ideal amounts of time. So let's give it like a DC that actually passes. Yes.
15.
Nice work.
Perfect.
I smash the tooth loose and I string it. I'd like tie it on a little rope, like and hang it by my belt. And then I come over and I set about finishing off the last alarms so that each alarm coats the tunnel. I think you said it was 40 foot wide. I think my alarms are. Let me double check the spell. I'll put it in chat just so we can talk about it.
I'm gonna. Sorry, while you're setting up your alarms, I'm going to move these bodies. I'll talk to the party first. Cassian's idea is to move these bodies into the lava pit, so if the fucking flying snake people come, that they're not going to come down here and just have like a feast for 2 days.
Yeah.
Good idea. Yeah.
With some help, you can roll the ogres slowly but surely into the lava pit. They're large creatures. They're very heavy. But between like 3 or 4 pretty badass warriors, it's not going to be a problem. The singular Cyclops, though, is huge. And I don't think even if there were 6 of you working on this, you would be able to really roll that Cyclops body into that.
What if we chopped it up?
Yeah, I was about to say, I have a great axe to chop it if we could, but we could also maybe just throw it in the river. I don't know what the gradient is.
It's going to be harder, isn't it?
Either way, moving it is going to be a problem. I don't remember exactly where it fell on this map. I think it was lower down.
Over here.
Yeah. So maybe rolling it, you do have like the downhill section, but still, it's massive. You could hack it to pieces. But that might take hours, and that would probably preclude a short rest. You know, it would have to go late into the night.
One Cyclops body chilling is fine.
Yeah, and we could just put the tiny hut over here, like away from it.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay.
My Roll20 is like lagging to fuck today.
Mine was too. I had to reset my browser.
It's super lagging, yeah.
Yeah, I would reset your browsers. Just reopen.
I don't know though.
I'm DDoSing Roll20.
So I was playing Catan last night as well, and that was lagging too. So I wonder if it's like a browser thing.
I noticed Zoom was kind of laggy for me today earlier, so there's been like some internet weirdness. But I set up 2 alarms, one on the left and right hand side of the cage because it's a cave because it's a 40 width entrance. Each one covers a 20-foot cube, which should cover both sides of the entrance. The left hand one makes a slightly different noise to the right hand one, and then I begin setting up a tiny hut for the party to sleep in. However, everyone has to be in the tiny hut when it's finished casting, so I wait until the party is ready for me to do that.
Okay.
Throw the ogres in the lava. Leave the Cyclops, and we set up the tiny hut outside of the cave.
It is so.
Drolf Razor settles in and begins tapping a little tune on his newly acquired ogre teeth and starts humming himself to sleep.
Bro, Razor, do you mind not humming? I'm trying to sleep.
Cypher will laugh at that request.
Oh, I'm sorry. I do it without thinking, and he continues humming.
Well,
Drove Razor will dream of what was it? Cyclops liver. Just it's out there, man. I could go get it. Just the whole night he's thinking about it.
It's right there.
Right there.
But if you leave, then we're all left out in the open. So you're the only one who can't go and get it. Maybe you need to convince somebody to go and get it for you.
It's the only thing holding them back.
Yeah.
The night is not entirely quiet. You've set up these alarms with the express intent and purpose of letting you know when something is going to step out of the cave. The alarms will last for 8 hours. And sure enough, maybe 2 or 3 hours into your sleeping, one of the alarms begins to go.
Specifically, This is a mental alarm only for me. I wouldn't want to interrupt the party's sleep unless I saw something that was worth interrupting their sleep, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, you hear the
Just to be clear.
alarm. How far back from the cave did you put the tiny hut? Because the cave is like right off the screen over here.
This would have been a discussion between the party. So we would have talked, like me and Cassian. It would have said like, okay, I covered the front here and like of the thingy. Where do you want the tiny hut? He'd be like, I want it over here, or maybe I want it over here. So wherever we would have like agreed to have put it, makes sense.
I don't think Cassian knows too much about magic or even, I don't know, dragons or ever. So wherever you'd want to put it would be fine, as long as you're not like wanting to put it all the way over here. He wants to be able to, if someone comes out, to see them and see who's out of the cave. So I don't know, probably like 100 feet?
So like, within the circle of circle of spikes.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Right there.
Okay. Yeah, so then it's dark. You are near this pit that ends in lava, but the lava isn't like making you night blind or anything like that. And so you hear you're awoken by your alarm going off, and you look towards the cave, but it is nighttime. And what day of the week is it? Right.
I do have dim vision at night.
What's the range of your night vision?
Oh shoot, that would have been a good thing to build it around. Dark vision, I can see up to 60 feet as if it were bright light, and in darkness as if it was dim light. You can't discern color in darkness, only shades of gray.
Gotcha. So this is beyond the range of your infravision. It's just dark out there.
Can I even get like can I see even movement? Who would I have been told to wake up if something set off the alarm?
Probably me.
Okay, yeah, I'll wake up Cassian.
What is it, Droll Razor?
Something set off the alarm.
I'll get up, I'll look around. Do I see anything?
Nope.
I will summon my crow familiar and send it to go look up in the sky if it can.
All right, let's take a look at your crow.
I think it gave me a raven token.
Raven
Does it have infravision? The crow
does not.
But it does have really good perception.
It does have +3 on perception, but it cannot see in the dark.
Sadly.
Even
no
I
one
feel
has
like
magical
even
light, do they?
looking down from the sky, you'd get like a different angle. You'd see something moving.
Okay.
Did you say there's no moon?
Yeah. We are 1 week after the full moon, 1 week before the new moon, so a half moon.
Yeah, I think if something big was moving, you might see it if you're a raven flying above it.
Okay. The raven takes off, leaves the dome of force, flies near the entrance, and make me a perception check on the raven.
Sure thing.
Oh, well.
Yes.
16.
From up there, the raven can see that there is indeed a singular ogre that is lying on its belly and very slowly crawling out of the cave at ground level, just barely making movements. From your position here, like maybe you could have seen the thing, but it just looks like the rest of the broken terrain around you. There wasn't really a good way to notice the ogre, but from up atop you can see the the humanoid silhouette.
I'll describe the position of the ogre and what he's doing to Cassian, and I'll like try to point it out in the dark, like triangulating based on what I see through the raven and what I see on the ground. Like he's over there somewhere and he's crawling. Does he look injured, like he had been in a fight earlier today?
No.
Is he crawling towards the... no, it's not me, but is he crawling towards the Cyclops, I suppose?
Same direction.
Oh, okay.
Just let him crawl for a bit. I whisper. Tell me if he gets directly outside the tiny hut. I'll take care of him.
Okay. And I'll let him go back to sleep while I keep watch.
No, I'll stay awake.
Okay.
Yeah.
it should only be like 10 minutes if he's crawling or something.
Yeah, I will continue to observe him. Also keeping a lookout in case there's any more people crawling out of the cave.
Mm-hmm. Okay. The ogre gets to maybe 20, 30 feet outside of the cave, just a few ogre body lengths, actually, to a spot where it can, like, finally see the tiny hut is what it looks like it's doing.
It's invisible, though, right?
No, it's not
it looks
invisible.
like a dome.
Yeah.
I thought it was
the spell
imperceptible, or is it like the people inside
it
can't
was
be
too.
seen?
No, it can have an opaque color on the outside, so you can't see in, but the dome itself is in no way, shape, or form less than visible.
The dome is opaque from the outside of any color you choose. I would have picked like something close to the color of the ground, but if they know the local area, they'd be like, that's a really big boulder that wasn't there before.
Yeah. And it's like a nice smooth surface. It's not like a weird rocky outcropping. Yeah.
But in the future, can we disguise our dome by putting like leaves and stuff on it? Something to think about. Those wouldn't be opaque. Or sorry, those wouldn't be transparent.
Leaves might stand out a bit around here, though.
Depending on the context and if you have time,
Yeah.
I think Tiny Hut allows people to be inside when it's cast, walk out, and then like lean things against the Tiny Hut and then walk back in. So I think you could probably make a camouflage shelter.
Good enough for the future.
Yeah. I think you just slightly run into issues where, like, if it takes you an hour and a half to camouflage your shelter, and then you need 8 hours of sleep, but now you only get 7 or 6.5 hours of sleep before the.
Early. Yeah.
Yeah, there. We might run into some small problems there, but. Anyway, it crawls out, so its feet are 20 feet from the cave. It takes a look, and then it slowly turns around and begins to crawl back towards the cave.
I'm gonna swoop down with my crow and try to shock and grasp him. Oh, wait, should I do that?
Well, here's my question for you. Right now, you haven't cast any spells. You've just summoned your raven. I'm gonna say if you start casting spells in the middle of your short rest, you will interrupt your short rest. I don't know if that matters to you, though.
If I'm getting a full rest, even though I've been woken up, or if I'm getting a short rest, even though I've been woken up, I'll take that short rest. I was operating under the principle that being woken up would interrupt that.
It's just a 10 minutes of being awake and, bringing your raven out of existence or into existence and then bring it back. Like, that's fine. Like, we all wake up for a few minutes in the middle of the night. No big deal. But if we're going to be casting spells or doing anything athletic, yeah.
How far is the ogre from the tiny hut?
Does the old man,
60
Steamer, have
feet,
to wake
80
up
feet?
and pee like several times in the night? Can I get a pee roll?
Yeah, okay. I'll roll a con check. See if I can, because I think actually you'd probably be quite excited about the idea of pissing into the like lava pit over there. So let's see. 12. Yeah, I think I'm okay. I wonder if, Cassian could make a dash and then just kill the ogre in one round before he gets back in the cave.
If he wants to forego his short rest.
I'll let Cassie know that the ogre is crawling back.
Let him go.
Well, the night passes then. And morning comes. The tiny hut fails. The sun begins to rise in the east. The rays reach over the cave. Actually, they won't reach over the cave for many hours, and so you're left in this sort of like shadowed dawn as the sun goes up over the hills and the canyons and the walls and the cliffs of Voden. It'll take maybe 2 or 3 hours before the sun is high enough in the sky that you'll actually see it, based on your position to all these tall objects.
So I think I get up relatively early. I go and piss in the lava pit.
Was it cool?
I'll start. Yeah, it was cool. Instantly vaporized. The vapor stank though, like horrendous.
Yes, like standing over that pit, there's already these like weird sulfury gassy things.
Yeah.
But the smell of vaporized urine is actually quite specific and very unpleasant. I've peed in enough campfires to let you know that you should not put out your campfire that way. It is not worth it. Go get some water.
It's actually quite disappointing, actually, I suppose. It probably vaporizes before it ever hits the surface of the lava, I would imagine. It's probably pretty hot in there. But then I'll start making people food, I guess, in the morning. And when Droll Phrases gets up, I'll say, so the alarm didn't go off then?
Oh, it went off. I woke Cassian, and he decided that we should take no action.
Not a very good alarm if I can sleep through it.
Oh, the alarm is in my brain.
Oh, really?
You wouldn't want me to wake everyone up, would you?
Well, I guess it depends. I suppose it wasn't a dragon then.
No. Much scarier than that. It was an ogre.
Oh, there's one left? You should
It
just
was
go
a
and kill
crawling
it.
ogre. I've never seen an ogre sneak before.
Yeah, well, me neither. I guess he's pretty worried, though, given what happened. Maybe it's did one of them get away? We didn't finish them off?
I thought we caught all of them. I thought a couple of them ran into the cave.
Yeah, maybe it was one of them then. Well, is that the plan for today, I say, looking around?
Plan is to go
Mars?
into the cave and clear it out.
I don't know if going into the cave helps us in our mission, but
The ogre was guarding, or the Cyclops was probably guarding something. Had a horde. Whatever's
Yeah.
in there could be useful towards our mission.
I mean,
I
we
have
killed
known-
the Cyclops. We might as well loot its lair.
that's true. I have known... I've heard tales of ogres and giants liking to collect coin. But do you need coin? You live in extreme wealth. You took over Cassius's wealth. You're the arena masters.
Yeah, I don't know about
Coin.
that.
I'm
Go
worried
back
more
there.
about if there's items that could help us on our journey.
It's just
However-
good practice, you know. You don't want to be killing the Cyclops and not looting them. It's just bad adventuring form.
I think if I found a Cyclops and he wasn't carrying his magic items, I think he was dumb. I mean, like, if I was a Cyclops and I found magic items, I would want those on me all the time because that would make me look so cool to other Cyclops.
You and Cypher are against it. We could call a vote.
I'm not
I
against
just
it.
don't want
I
us
just
to
don't-
lose sight of the overall mission goal, but I think taking a peek can't hurt.
Exactly.
All right.
I'm not against the plan. I just don't think our reasons for going are convincing.
Well,
How about you,
I'll-
Droll Razor? Well, here's
Yeah,
the convincing part, Droll Razor. We'll go inside and you'll have another ogre to kill. Send to them all.
Okay, let's go.
Good point. But also, the reason is curiosity. That's enough reason for me.
Curiosity killed the Laxlashlum.
Do you know what they are?
It's a cat.
It's a cat.
Oh,
My grandmother said it before she was eaten by a tiger.
I don't know though. Cats are pretty resilient. They don't go down easy. Cats from where I grew up feel like they outlive most of the people.
Droll Razor.
Cats from where you live must be very fierce. How big are they?
Yeah. Like cat size,
Okay.
normal cat size.
In Droll Razor's world, cats are like tigers, so he's like, damn, that's a big cat.
Droll Razor, are you able to send your Raven in?
I can. He can't see in the dark, though. So if there is something in there that can see in the dark, that's -1 Raven. And we only
Let's
have...
just go in ourselves. Not afraid. Should just be a few ogres. Hopefully
I
they
could-
surrender so we don't have to murder them. I give a look to the cleric.
To me, what's a mat?
To Mott, the healer.
Well, yeah.
She
Does she
we have
nod?
a-
Does she not give a fuck?
she's just keeping her jaw set here. You know, it's a dangerous mission. Violence happens. So she's a cleric of life. She's here to protect you. She's got to get to this temple. You guys are going there too. If this is what it takes to get there, let's just shut up and do our things and stay quiet and stay out of the way.
Mott, how long does Bless last?
And maybe more importantly, Matt, can you cast light?
Bless will last for a minute, and she can cast light.
Fantastic. I throw a stone towards her.
Before we cast light,
your
Droll
spells.
Razor will... Oh, yeah, I get back Arcane Recovery. If I get a short rest,
Level
I
3.
get a little... I get a spell back. What was I going to say? myself and Cypher, you can see in the dark as well, can't you?
Yes.
We can both see in the dark, so we don't necessarily have to cast light instantly.
Well, whatever's in
We
that
could lead
cave,
you through the dark.
whatever's in them, if it's not got its own light, must surely be able to see in the dark as well.
Roll of Razor, I've done this with humans before. They get very anxious when they can't see in the dark.
Yes, I wonder why that could be.
Draw of Razor will sigh. Humans.
I'll
Massive.
give Roll of Razor the look of like rolling his eyes like humans, right?
Humans, am I right?
You don't have to come in with us, Matt, but if you can cast light on the stone, that would be great. But maybe you'd be safer with us than us here.
You would
I
leave
think
the
it's a bad decision to leave
cleric
her
outside
Yeah.
next to meat.
It's clearly not his fight.
Her.
He's nervous. She's nervous. Oh, wait, it's a
Dude.
guy. Is it a guy? It's a guy, isn't it, Neil?
Mott is female.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
She
None
has
of this is our fight, and yet we are here.
she has more of a reason to be nervous outside than she does inside with us.
I agree.
Don't you
I
think?
think the whole party should come with us.
Okay.
When
And
we would
watch your
tell
back.
campfire stories in the winter solstice, in the horror stories, when people split up, that's when they died.
Then, Matt, hand me the stone.
She hands you the stone.
I throw it into the cave.
Okay.
I'll
How
lead.
far?
You threw perfectly good light rock?
Yeah.
You chuck it into the cave.
Yeah, I chuck it in. Like, I try and land it so that the light. Like, if I was to walk back up to the stone, I'd be in moderate lighting conditions the whole time.
So you didn't,
Well,
like,
the
overhand. You
bright
didn't overhand,
light-
you like underhanded it.
For 20 feet and dim light for 20 feet after that. So you want it 20 feet
But
inside
there's
the
some-
cave, or?
Well, there's some light coming in from the outside, no?
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
so you chuck
so-
it in. All right.
So
that's in a good
30 feet
spot.
beyond the edge of the light. Yeah.
Probably good enough. There you go. All right. And our party enters the cave. Or walks up to the mouth of the cave.
I enter.
Uh,
I'll be leading Cassian.
we're going to be
King.
down here.
Do I still have my 5 temporary HP, Neil, from Fighting Spirit?
Let's
Probably
see.
not.
I don't think it
think-
says it.
Temporary HP disappears on a long rest.
I think so too.
Oh.
Um,
Neil, can us who have oh sorry.
I'm going to be near Cassian, and I'm going to use my bonus action to activate my Abjuration ward, my Arcane ward, which gives me twice your
Plus-
wizard level plus int, which is 13 extra HP.
To answer your question, Jan, I think you probably already see further than those of us
Us.
without dark vision. It's probably built into the character token, I think, but maybe Neil can confirm.
So our vision is already being shown.
Let me
Neil?
double check your character sheets here.
Cool.
I want to just say that I will also be looking up. We're in a
My
cave.
vision, if it helps, ends about here. That's about what I can see.
Fuck, your vision is way better than mine. Oh, I see what you're talking about though.
All right, so Cypher.
maybe I'm seeing too far.
And
I think so.
No,
I
there's
see,
a
like,
the light stone.
right here.
This is the light stone.
Oh, I see.
It's shedding light. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I have given both Cypher and Roll Razor night vision, which is going to make it look for the viewers really bright, but for two of the players, it'll be a little bit dimmer.
Oh, do we have
perfect.
different visions on our thing? That's so cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
If you
each
like
so,
move your
uh,
token around.
Dark vision.
Okay, so given I'm weak here, so I'm not going to be in the front. I think I'm probably going to stay at the back with the other cleric.
I'm in the front because I'm the greatest fighter of all time.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you three should
This
be at the
is-
front, and then
that's
I'll
a
stay at the
great
back with the rest.
spot for us to stop, because coming from the darkness in your direction is a javelin, Cassian, when you get to about that spot.
Fuckers.
It's actually 2 javelins. Now, they're at long range, so they're at disadvantage, but you can't see them coming, so the advantage and disadvantage cancel, and the pair of javelins go whoosh. One is a
Miss.
9, One is a 7. Terrible
Man.
shots.
Unlucky, I
But we
guess.
absolutely do need to roll for initiative at this point in time.
Cypher will call out that there's projectiles.
Thanks, Cypher.
Is it me or is the font in Roll20 changed?
It's different, yeah.
Yeah.
12 Razor will ask what are projectiles.
Arrows,
Um,
javelins.
Cypher will say the hobgoblin code word that we used in our arena battles when there was like people with arrows or mages that were shooting shit.
She says they're cheating weapons.
Flingers.
Yeah, we will defeat.
I'm gonna start carrying around a shield before combat, and then when we get into it, I'm just gonna drop it. And then double hand my weapon. It's genius.
Yeah, it actually is.
Free action to drop the shield. Fuck.
Action to take off your shield.
Oh, are there
strapped
not ones
to
that
your
you can just
wrist.
hold? Oh, they're
Nope.
strapped. Okay. Never mind.
Nope. Oh,
They
right.
Like
thought
a
of
little
everything.
baby, like 1 AC buckler you could hold in one hand.
Yeah.
It's one extra AC, baby.
Iron Grip the Jailer. Projectiles have been launched. It's dark in there.
Iron Grip will yell, "Cheaters!" using ranged weapons. And he will take the dash action
To move up to 60
Uh,
feet.
and just absolutely storm into the cave to that position right there. Thank you. Yelling, screaming about children of the Maw who don't fight in melee.
Mitz will dash to some cover and stand behind it. The next ogre will grab one of his cheating projectiles and will hurl it at Cypher's direction. Whoosh. 11 is a miss. Ethan will go and also dash to, just move to here and take a dodge action. Cassian takes a turn.
I'll dash. I'm gonna dash up this way. Does it look like this is passable to my right, Koivu, or no?
No, as you get there and you start to look in that area, it looks like it's maybe just a crevice. Maybe if you like pull yourself back there and squeeze, there might be a passage, but it looks really tight.
I will swap positions with Mitz if that's possible then. If I get to like here and then it looks tight, I should have like an extra 10 feet to swap with him or no?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Steermere.
Yep. I dash forward.
Get him, Steermere.
All right, Cypher. Muted.
Yeah.
So sorry. Let's also dash forward 60 feet right here.
Nice. The arena
That's the
buddies.
limb boy. All right.
Our next ogre will hurl a javelin in the direction of Steermere. Whoosh. 21.
Why me? Wait, hang on. Have they got an angle on me? Because I'm trying to stand behind 12 races here.
Yeah,
Wait,
they
are
do.
they-
They totally have an
is
angle
it-
on you.
Is it at negatives? Or sorry, is it at disadvantage because now we know the javelins are coming, or is it? 'cause we
No,
can't
you
see
still
the
Steermere still can't see him, but Steermere, it's
Got it.
coming actually from this angle. It is not from in front of you. Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
it comes
it's
from the
actually
side.
I think this pole is like blocking me.
Just roll the
Yeah.
damage now.
10 points of damage.
That's not too bad.
See, it's not me that is causing the rolls to hit you, right? Rolls, 4 people were attacked and only you were hit. It's not my
It's a
fault.
his fault that
combination.
you're
Yeah, hang
unlucky.
on. It's a combination of factors. Yes, I am unlucky, but also you want to hit me more.
I exert my will on the dice.
We all
It
know
is-
that intention matters, which is why we get to re-roll if you don't tell us what the
Right.
roll's for or what we're looking for.
Absolutely. Iron Grip,
Yeah.
the jailer.
Iron Grip will yell to his allies, "They're everywhere!" And he'll like flail his arms in the direction of the 2 ogres he can see, and then march forward to here.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, I forget what tile I did. Okay, there.
Right here?
Yeah.
Yes, now the ogre comes into full view for you. You can see it.
And he sees an ogre, and he will look at his list of spells and try to remember what he was going to do. I will...
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, wait, look. Cassian will whisper to Mitz, just guard that crevice here.
Okay, sir.
There, the crevasse. Feel it. I will shoot him. Blindness at this guy. He has to succeed on a con check above a 14.
Failure.
He is now blind, this guy.
Excellent.
Wait, he's out of range. Shit, it's 35 feet. You let me have that?
Oh.
Of course he won't.
Of course not. Are you kidding? The whole point of feet is to measure the distance. No,
Wait,
sir.
Neil's using the cheating one.
Hold on. If this was a circle arc, I would have half range. If I hold down Alt, look.
No,
He's actually- he's
not
not gonna
even
allow it.
slightly,
He's not
buddy.
gonna
Look at
allow
that.
it.
Hold down
Do
Alt,
not
I
pull-
move 1 pixel.
No, I'm not taking your Nick cheating measurement tools.
Look, the arrow is inside this tile, and it
Nope.
says less than 30.
You see, he's doing it
Yep.
on purpose now.
Doesn't fit.
Yet.
Do you have any other spells?
I will.
Yeah, be lucky that Neil
I will
doesn't
take-
just make you cast a spell and say, "Oh, it's out of range." You lose a spell slot.
I'll take the.
That's
I'll take the
actually a
dodge.
great
action.
idea. Okay.
Take it out there.
You dodge. Mitz will go check out this corner. The next ogre will grab another one of the javelins from his pile of
Throw
javelins
it
that
out.
he's leaving here and hurl it right at Cypher. Whoosh, 11.
More likely to hit if you throw it at me, unfortunately.
Miss.
Wide miss.
Wide. In fact, it goes so wide that it hits me.
Ethan will. He wants to find some level of cover, but he needs to see things, and he can't see anything. Ethan will come to here and dodge. Yeah, because he still can't see stuff. Like, the viewers
Okay.
and Iron Grip can see stuff, but the rest of us, it's just dark in there.
Can I have this, Neil? Can I run here? And as I'm running, can I grab the rock?
Yeah, that seems fine.
Okay. So I'm
We'll
gonna
move
run
with
up here.
you.
I'm gonna dash, and I'm gonna grab the rock, and then I will have it be. I'm gonna just like throw it over here. That's fine.
No, I think your free object interaction is to grab it.
Perfect.
Next round,
I'll have it and I'll hold it.
yeah. So weapon in one hand, which you can carry it in one hand, and rock in the other. If you can drop
Yep.
it in your spot if you want, but to toss it would be like a
It's totally fine.
cool. Steer me.
Here?
Notice
Wait,
I hopefully am
don't-
behind cover.
Oh, don't go yet.
Don't go yet. No.
Oh, sorry.
Here comes Nick. He's gonna do some wacky.
Yes. Descending from the ceiling above
You
you.
are absolutely joking. A growl.
A
No, Neil, not
grell
one of these fucking things
drops
again.
from the
Is it
ceiling.
Grell? I can't
Oh
remember.
my god,
I
you give me
remember these.
PTSD with this fucking thing.
Here, just for those of you that need to see what a grell is, it's like a large brain with all sorts of droopy tentacly thingies and a large beak, and it hovers, and it can move silently from its hovering, and it drops from the darkened ceiling above you and will multi-attack you, once with its tentacles, with a critical hit. And you will take
that rolled
5
bad.
points of damage because it
Okay.
rolled minimal. And you must succeed on a DC 11 Constitution saving throw or be poisoned for 1 minute and paralyzed for as long as you're poisoned.
Easy.
And you're also grappled, even if you pass your save.
Even if I pass. Okay.
Yes, the target is grappled. If the target is medium or smaller, it is restrained until this grappled ends. While grappling the target, the Grell has advantage on attack rolls against it, and it can't use its attacks against other targets, and it can move you as it moves. So now that it's critical you for 5 damage, it will make a beak attack with advantage against you. 18. will rip you apart also for minimum damage.
Nice.
Okay. And it's on your square, and it is your turn.
I will use my last last spell slot, which is a level 1 spell slot, to cast Thunder Wave.
Sorry, did you not want to rebuke the damage? Can't you do damage on a hit?
Good point. I'll do that, Neil. In fact, I think I'll do that twice.
Does it take your reaction to rebuke?
Maybe it does. Hang on.
I'd assume it takes his
reaction. Yes, it does. So I'll do it once. So here you go. Thank you for reminding me, Moot. It's just 2d8. 3 damage. And
does it get a save?
Yeah. Failed saving throw, which
save for half.
Doesn't say. Yeah, but it doesn't say whether it's Dex save for half. DC 15, I think. 14.
Fail.
15.
All right, it'll take 3 damage.
Okay, and then I cast Thunder Wave.
These things have no HP.
Using my Channel Divinity, which I regain on a short rest.
Mm-hmm. And you're casting it like above you to hit the Grell. Now you are restrained.
Grappled, you said.
And restrained. Look at the texty text.
Does that mean I can't cast?
That's a question that I'm looking for right here. Restrained creature speed has become 0. Can't benefit from any bonus to speed. Attack rolls against the creature have advantage. Its attack rolls have disadvantage. It has disadvantage on saving throws. Doesn't say anything about spell casting. Grappled. Do you have somatic and material components for the spell?
Only verbal and somatic.
I think that's fine then. If you had somatic and material, I would say that probably not. You couldn't cast it, but if it's just somatic and verbal, you've probably got one hand free that you can gesticulate wildly with.
It's on my head, isn't it, more than anything else?
I mean, it comes down, its tentacles wrap over your body, one goes around your torso, one wraps around your neck, one arm is caught, the beak is above you and like tearing at your flesh. I should probably do a better job describing these things in the future.
I do 16 damage. It's a DC 15 con save for half.
Which it does not pass. 16
is, if you look at the spell description, it's knocked away 10 feet.
Excellent.
So you use 16 or 6?
16.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure everything in this cage just like perforated its eardrums too.
Yeah, 300 foot audible boom.
Yeah, I think the forced movement will rip the Grell off of you, and it is pushed 10 feet away, so it is now 15 feet in the air.
What, he didn't die?
No.
And I walk.
Which way did he go,
going to walk.
Up.
Oh, he went up. Okay.
Yeah, because he descended, like, grabbed him, and then just got shoved back up. All right, that was Steermir's turn. Cypher.
All right. Cypher will call out to Drelvrazor, the code word that they made up for like refocus or like change target.
Okay.
She'll walk up to the tentacle guy,
Which is 15 feet in the air.
Ah, fuck, you're right.
Yeah, how are you gonna get there?
Can I?
Does it float?
It floats. It just hovers there silently in the air. It's like little tentacles with sharp barbs at the end, just kind of waving like a sky jellyfish.
Is jumping an action? Can he jump and attack? Make a jumping attack?
Can you jump 10 feet up? Is the question.
You can attack something 5 feet above you. Can you jump?
He's a couple feet of a run up, too.
Yeah.
Let's just take a look at the 5e jumping. 5e jump. Movement. Jumping. High jump, you can jump a number of feet in the air equal to 3 plus your strength mod. I think your strength mod is 3, so you could jump 6 feet into the air and then you're 6 feet tall or something. I think if you jump, you could make one set of attacks, but you wouldn't be able to use your bonus action to get an extra attack.
All right, let's fucking do it.
All right.
Rid him.
And as you're doing this, person with great dark vision, and your eyes like turn upward to notice the creature, you can see that this is not the only Grell
Oh shit.
in the cave.
Wait, what?
Oh, fuck.
We looked up at some point. How do we not see these things?
They have high stealth.
stealthy.
You have low passive perceptions across the table. They are in dim lighting, actually very dark lighting. Yeah, they are not easy to see.
I'm feeling a bit worried about
Sorry,
the prospect.
where's Mott? Because at this point, I think someone would call out, like, Mott, cast light on the ceiling.
Yeah, she's hanging back near the entrance. She's like way back at the entrance. You all said to wait outside the cave if it seemed too sketchy for her. But if you're going to call for Mott, I'll add her to the initiative order.
Well, I think actually we
It
kind of
wouldn't be
agreed
me,
that
it
everyone would come with.
We
But
did
yeah.
absolutely
As well,
agree
yeah.
that Matt would come with, yeah.
Well, on someone's turn, they can call out to her, but go ahead and make your attack, Cypher.
13.
13's a hit.
Hey,
Only have 12
any
AC.
any chance my Thunderwave inadvertently hit any of the other ones?
I checked.
Okay.
And second attack, 22, Neil.
Excellent strike.
4.
All right.
We're getting
the
weird damage rolls today.
next ogre grabs a javelin and hurls it at Iron Grip the jailer.
We're better off like moving into the ogres, getting out of this room so they're not above us.
Agreed.
The ogre will step 5 feet closer, so he's not at disadvantage, and throws his javelin. 16 is a miss.
Oof, nice.
And then we'll step a few feet back. The next Grell will drop down on Cypher and take its multi-attack. Tentacles at Cypher. 9 is a miss.
Yep.
And then Beak at Cypher is
Oh,
indeed
no.
a critical
Oh.
hit for 11 points of damage.
Not too bad.
The next Grell. Why? Steermere! Buddy! Thank you for coming
Alright,
within
you're gonna miss.
range.
You're going to miss, it's fine.
But I think by now you might have been alerted because the light range is pretty good. And now that you're looking up for these things, this thing comes out of the
Yeah.
shadows and you no longer has advantage on its attacks against you. It's another critical hit on Steermere as the
Oh, this is
tentacles
the bad one too.
wrap
Oh.
around you for 16 points of damage, rendering you
I'm down.
unconscious.
I'm
And it
about to
grabs
die.
you into its tentacles,
I got you, Nick.
and it will beak you as well.
Yeah.
Which is an automatic crit and an automatic failed 2 death saving throws for you.
What
No.
the fuck?
Yes.
Jesus.
The damage doesn't matter. It can't kill you with its damage, even if it were to do all maxes.
Dead.
Yeah.
2 failed death saves. It's a beautiful
Well,
day.
hopefully Matt can help me
Hope so.
on their initiative, which is 17, I think. So
Yeah, somehow they're not on the list. So let's put her in. 17. Excellent.
Would I know that Matt has a ranged heal?
I don't know if she does have a
Yes, maybe.
We would
maybe.
have definitely
It's-
talked about this. We would have 100%, our characters would have 100% during like strategy meetings talked about what kind of heals she has available, no?
I think so.
Alright.
Fine, yeah.
I mean, I haven't heard any of you say such things, but if that is
They've
something
talked
that you
about
would
making
have.
strategy and meetings and whatnot. They have.
All right. If that is something you would have discussed, she does have a heal with a range of 60 feet for 1d4 plus spellcasting modifier.
Okay, so if Iron Grip knows she has a ranged heal, and he would assume that she would use that to bring back up Steermere. I am going
Can
to
she get in
magic-
range?
I'd be shocked if she couldn't, because she should have been in the cage with us. Cave.
Should have been.
Okay.
Iron Grip, I have these.
Okay, I will magic missile this one at level 3. The one that is beside Cypher.
The
5d4?
Grell next to Cypher? Yeah.
Correct.
All right. 3d4 plus 3 for damage and take away a spell
Doing
slot.
it level 3.
3, 4, 5d4 plus 5.
5.
17 damage.
Nice.
Ripping this guy to shreds. Not quite killing, but badly damaging it.
Oh, come on.
And I will move 1, 2, 3. Let me do the measuring. I'll move back towards the party, I guess, to protect slightly. cover Sturmir's body so I can be ready to help him. I'll move to about here, if that's fine.
Perfect. All right. Mitz has got that crevice covered. And Mott is going to come on out. I can't quite make that, but you can do this. She will come to here, just coming around the corner.
Oof. Just
It
And
about.
is he in range? Oh, he's barely in range. And she will use her last first level spell slot to healing word you. Though it does
Thank you.
not seem to want to roll.
Remind me though, you're saying that I still have 2 failed death saves, right?
Yes. We're
Yes.
doing that until the next long rest. You have 2 failed death saves.
So I'm likely to die if the Grell attacks me again. And presumably the Grell is still on me, Neil, or is it let go?
You are still grappled by the Grell. I don't know why it's
The
not
Grell will
putting
die.
it into chat, but you're getting 1d4 plus...
1d4 plus your spellcasting ability modifier.
Right, 3 plus. She also has Disciple of Life. Her hit points, the creature gains additional hit points to 2 plus the spell's level, so plus another 3.
So
You will get 7.
1d4 plus 6.
Yeah.
Stuck.
All right, and that is her last first level spell slot. The next ogre goes, and it will. Cypher can't quite see it, so when it throws its javelin at Cypher, it is not at disadvantage. 19 will hit Cypher in the back for 14 points of damage. It's a beautiful shot by the ogre. The crowd goes wild. Ethan turns his bow towards the wounded Grell and will attempt to finish it off with a 9 is a miss, leaving the next Grell to go, who Ethan should have moved because this guy is going to descend. Yeah, he still has enough movement to get near Ethan, tentacle him. 17 will hit for 4 points of damage. Grapple, attack at advantage with the beak. 8 is actually a miss. And Ethan is grappled and restrained. All right, Cassian Rin.
The hero. Okay. Do you see my movement?
No,
Save me, Cassian.
Okay, can you look?
I see it, yeah.
The blue? Okay. So I go here first. I'm
Mhm.
going to attack with advantage.
You
correct?
dropped your Lightstone, right?
Yeah, Lightstone is
Okay.
there. Attacking with advantage.
Actually, the Grell is in the air, so you're not on,
Well,
you're not
the
flanking.
Grell is on.
Oh, it's on my head.
No, it's
I'm
on
not on
his
the
head.
ground.
He's on the
Sure,
ground.
sure, but like to flank, you have to have people on opposite sides, and you're both like you're not.
Yeah, but if it's
Three-dimensional
on me and
angle of
I'm
a
like,
flank.
no,
I'm fine with that.
Wait, hang on. If it's on me and I'm lying down, there's no way it's like higher than like 10 foot in the air.
Well, it comes down, it grabs you, and you
Yeah.
fall unconscious, and it doesn't drop to the ground with you. So you're just sort of like hanging in the air as
Oh,
it's holding
okay.
on to you.
Sure, okay.
But you
fine.
need like opposite sides, and someone would have to be floating in the sky at that point.
Great Weapon Mastery coming up with a normal attack then.
Oh,
Miss. Here's my. It's going to be my second attack.
And you give yourself advantage.
20. No,
There
I don't
you
have
go.
it anymore. For 21?
oh, that is about half its HP, not quite, in one blow.
Okay, then we are going to action surge here.
Mm-hmm.
Here's another Great Weapon Master. 21?
Whoosh.
Oh, no, sorry, a 6.
Wild miss.
And my last one then.
Oh,
13.
you just barely
Yes.
got him.
Need a better roll this time.
21.
Shit.
More than half dead. The next Grell goes. This one will fail its check because I'm reading the numbers correctly, and it will ascend into the sky and get to the top of the cave, hiding in the shadows. I don't think anyone. Yeah, it's like. Yeah, I think it's outside of everyone's range vision at this point. Steermere, you are conscious, but you have 2 failed death saving throws, and you're grappled by a Grell who is about to go very soon.
Yeah. So I will try and escape the grapple. Does it take my action to do that, or do I get a free chance to escape? Most things in
It
fifth
takes
edition,
your
I think you get
action, but
You sure? It doesn't say that.
no, yeah. Escapes are actions.
Okay.
But unfortunately, you are poisoned, and as long as you are poisoned, you are Actually, you never rolled your DC 11 con save. You need to
Okay.
do that from last time because you might be... Yes, you are poisoned and paralyzed, and there's nothing you can do other than look at horror
Okay.
as your life fades. Cypher Quicklaw, almost dead as well.
All right. Should probably try to attack. How far is this? Okay.
Are you grappled or no?
He's not grappled, but you would. I think you'd take an opportunity attack, would you? Or is he 10 feet
Yes.
in the air?
No, he's within combat range. If Cypher moves away from the Grell, Cypher provokes an attack of opportunity.
Hold on. Is that Growl that's low HP over there? Which one is that in initiative order?
If you hover over the turn order, you can see they get a yellow box around them. That one
Yeah,
will
it's-
definitely. If you don't kill it, I'm dead. I'm pretty certain. Maybe
Yeah.
not. Maybe not.
If you take an opportunity attack, you could be dead and poisoned too.
Yep.
Yes.
I am not
He
gonna
has a
die.
feat, yeah.
So I will risk it.
Based.
Cypher will try to move over here and provoke the attack of opportunity.
The tentacles lash out. They grapple round you, but not
Yes.
good
Nice.
enough. Cypher's
Fuck
too
outta here.
fast.
I move, and I slash at this thing once. 7's a miss.
Critical
God,
miss.
these fucking rolls, man.
18
Okay.
though.
Hit, but can you kill it? Not
Seven.
quite.
All right. Guess I'm
Offhand.
not second winding.
Critical hit.
Yes.
The longsword comes through. It severs some of all of the tentacles. What does it do? Roll me the damage. Let me see the damage.
Oh wait, it's like 3d8, right? For my crit.
Should be able to click
Yeah.
it now.
Yeah, just click the
Oh,
button.
is that
Just
gonna
click
work?
Yeah.
I would assume.
Hopefully.
Okay.
If it doesn't, we'll fix it. But yeah, throw another D8 in there. But
Yes.
otherwise, it's right.
He didn't click it.
No, that's the wrong
sorry.
fucking button. Oh my god.
I fucked it
You
all
want to
up,
click
sorry.
the text of the
I
one that is
know,
a
I
critical
know.
roll. It's, roll
So
the 3d8
plus 6, right?
Yeah,
Plus 3?
yeah. Plus
3d8 plus 3. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Boom.
13 is enough. You sever the tentacles. The spear drives into the Grell brain, and the Grell falls to the ground.
So they have ears?
you.
It has no ears. It's just like a brain creature. Look at this thing.
Yeah. As Cypher pulls out her sword, she will just whisper something to herself, I guess.
Hey,
Castian will use his
wait.
word
Hang on,
colorfully
hang on.
retreat.
Do I get to roll save every round against the poison?
Yes, on your fail on the round that you didn't do anything, you should have made a save at the end of
Yeah,
your turn.
so I should make another save just now,
Yes,
yeah?
yes, thank you.
Okay. Which I passed.
All right,
I'm
so
no
you
longer
are no
paralyzed.
longer paralyzed.
Thank you, Cypher.
you no longer grappled or restrained.
We need
Excellent.
to retreat.
The Diogo's about to kill me with the javelin, though, sadly, so there is that.
Well, if you're lying down, you have cover, right?
I'm not lying down, though. I was being carried up. I probably,
I think you
landed
just
on my
landed on
feet.
your feet. Yeah, the ogre
Yeah, yeah.
throws a javelin right for you. Whoosh! It hits
such a-
you.
You're such
Hold on,
a
you
fucking
can-
bella.
You can do little damage.
It's 15 damage. It gets you good.
I actually just can't.
He's
fuck
not
off.
dead yet, though, right? Because he doesn't have to do a saving
No,
throw.
I've not saved yet, so yeah.
Okay.
But I'm 10 or I'm 9 or lower from dead.
Yep. Next up is one of the Grell. This is the one that was fighting Cypher, and it will sort of float, bloop, 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 just kind of quietly through the air, like it's not even there. And it will wrap its tentacles around you once more, Cypher. 17 will hit you. You will take just the 4, ignore the 9 damage,
Oh,
and make
okay,
me
nice.
a DC 11 Constitution saving throw, or be poisoned. DC 11. Ugh, you pass. You're
That's
fine.
nice.
But you are grappled by the creature. And so the Grell will bring its beak to bear against your flesh. With the 16, it just barely grabs you, and it will do 9 damage, which brings you to below 0. However, tell the kids at home what you have in store for the Grell.
You're muted.
Great setup.
I have
Completely
relentless
muted.
endurance. which means when I get reduced to 0 hit points but not killed outright, I get to drop to 1 hit point instead.
Yes, and so you are dropped to 1 hit point. You are grappled and restrained. But otherwise,
Cassian will call out.
As this happens and her relentless endurance triggers, I'm imagining the way that this happens for Cypher is she's just so engaged and so caught up in the fire and the spectacle of this beautiful fight. She smiles, she laughs, and leans into the beak and smiles at the beast and shows her little orcish fangs a little bit.
Iron Grip. Help steer me up and take him out.
Yes. So if I wanted to carry Steamer out, is that an action for me to pick him up?
Please,
yeah, I think
please
picking
stabilize
him
me.
up
Yeah,
would
that's
be
what I meant.
an action.
Please stabilize
Okay.
me instead of
well,
picking me up.
No, stabilizing. So what is that, an int check?
It's a DC 10 medicine check.
Ooh, okay, I do have good int, which I think is medicine.
I think it is too. It is. No, it's wisdom. I lied.
Oh, you're getting a raw dice here. Oh, no. Wait, I have +3. I'm skilled in medicine. That's
Nice.
fighting in the arena, baby. Boom.
Yeah!
Nice. Okay. Not dying.
Yeah.
For now.
Can that be
Yeah.
like him critting on a death save? He comes back with 1 HP.
I'm
Nice.
checking that. I don't think there's any 20s on a medicine check. No.
Damn.
Okay.
But with my remaining movement / bonus action / whatever I can do, I just
Mhm.
like scoop him up underneath my arm, my free arm. He's an item right now. He's just a.
You
know.
do get 1 free item interaction. I think a person might be a little bit bigger, but you have a bonus action in there. So yeah, with your bonus action, I think you can scoop him up in your arms and carry him like a bride across the threshold, maybe at half
far-
speed.
How far can I
Probably.
move him? Like there?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'll take that.
Okay. Mitz is going to come out and will run as fast as they can to this Grell, but can't actually fight them this round. Mott will take a look at her available spells.
Also, her channel divinity would be of particular use here.
Yes, her channel divinity is pretty bomb, but she has to get close enough to everything to do that. And her spells. Okay. Yeah, so she will move. Oh, she'll put herself in horrible, horrible danger. I'll get right
Based.
here.
True Martha Claire.
Nice.
Okay. Channel Divinity is restore number of hit points equal to 5 times your cleric level. She is 3rd level, so that would be 15 HP. So I think instead she's going to do Prayer of Healing. Oh no, it's a 10-minute casting time. I take it back. She's
shit.
definitely going to be doing her Channel Divinity.
So we can share the HP out between us, I think, or she can choose.
That's the wrong one. Channel Divinity. Choose any creature within 30 feet of you. Divide the HP among them. No more than half their HP. So she's going to give 15 to Steermere and 15 to Cypher.
She
No,
can
no,
do
no.
both?
Wait, no, it's
One.
15 total.
Ah,
Yeah.
She will do 7 to Cypher, 8 to Steermere.
Okay, cool.
Wonderful.
Exactly
back
enough
up.
to die to a javelin.
Yeah.
Cypher will look almost disappointed.
Oh my god. The ogre's gonna javelin me again, isn't it?
No, the ogre throws a javelin at Mott. Whoosh! 19.
Oh, no.
7 piercing damage. Bring her
She's
to...
okay.
She's fine.
It's not too much. Ethan. Ethan is restrained, grappled. Did he pass his poison check? I forgot to make his poison check last time. He is not poisoned, so he can still act. Dropping his bow, he will draw his short sword and make an attack at disadvantage against the Grell. 14 is a hit.
It's
He will do 4 points of damage to the creature and cry out, "Help me! Someone help me!"
Why
the-
4 instead of 5?
Did I say 4 damage?
Yeah.
Yes.
Then I'm just dumb. It is absolutely 5. Yeah, I even subtracted 4. That's weird. The Grell will just dash up, bringing Ethan 60 feet into the sky with him. I mean, the Grell is now 70 feet in the air and is lost to vision. You can't see the Grell. No one can see the Grell anymore. But you can
Look, Ethan.
barely see Ethan up in the shadows of the cave above you, his like legs dangling below as he cries out. Cassian.
I'll move here. Great Weapon Master. Miss. Hit. 18.
Right. Steermir's turn.
how high up is Ethan?
Ethan is 60 feet in the air.
What? 60 feet?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it
That
moved
motherfucker's
and dashed and it hauled him with
gone,
him.
baby.
How high is the Grell? Like
It's
60
above
feet as
him.
well.
Wait, it could just carry him like it's nothing?
Yes. The Grell movement specifically states that when the Grell moves, if it has a medium or smaller creature held or grappled, that creature just moves with it. So, no problems here.
Jesus.
Yes. Thank
Fuck.
God you're in a cave and not outside where it could just go 300 feet in the air and drop you.
So it's more than 60 feet away.
Yes, it is more than 60 feet, and Ethan is below it.
I cast Sacred Flame on the Grell that is fighting Cassian.
Excellent. Dex check.
Yep.
Pass.
Does he take no damage?
Yes. That's a
Yeah.
cantrip, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Cypher Quick Claw.
Wait. Movement though. Movement.
Oh, yeah.
You're being carried.
Yeah. Well, I stopped being carried.
Cypher.
Which one is the only Grail left? Is the one 60 feet in the air? Am I hearing
No,
that
there's
right?
this one right next to you.
Oh yeah, fuck that guy.
grappled by, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so
Yes.
I'm grappled. So how do I attack something when I'm grappled by it?
You're grappled and restrained, so you have disadvantage on your attacks, but you can still make them.
And there's no way to like attempt to free myself.
It would be your action, and it's a DC 15 athletics or acrobatics check.
It's not that likely, is it?
You probably have good one of them at least.
Yeah. This thing has a lot of HP left. Making like 2 attacks at this at disadvantage kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm gonna try to free myself with a
Because otherwise, you're about to get dragged up into the air like Ethan. Anyway.
yep athletics check.
Miss.
Um,
All right, it's your turn.
Can I second wind?
Yes.
No. It was the hut was a short rest, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is there a button for it? Am I stupid?
E10 plus 5.
There's your button. You healed 12. Very good.
Go.
This ogre grabs a javelin. It hurries forward. You're restrained. Oh,
actually, sorry.
Okay, maybe you can get. Yeah.
Can I action search to try to free myself again?
Yes.
Okay. I'll do it. I don't know if this is smart. I should do it. Fuck it.
I think it's good.
Yeah.
Is action surge not a bonus action? No.
No.
Oh, true. So I would either have
It's
to
not a bonus
do
action.
that or
It's not a
second wind,
bonus
right?
action.
No, you
Oh,
can do
no.
both. Yeah.
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 You're good.
Perfect. All right, athletics.
Fuck.
Nope.
That
Nope.
sucks, man.
In fact, I think your athletics checks is at disadvantage because when you're restrained, you have
yeah.
disadvantage
That's
on.
so stupid. I
Think
hate
so.
restrain in 2nd edition. I hate restrain in 5th edition. It's the dumbest shit.
Ah, yes. Holding your enemies down.
Barbarians are actually
Oh,
so
it's-
obnoxious because they can give them when they rage, they get advantage on athletics checks. So if they're holding you, you're at disadvantage. They're at advantage, and they've probably got more strength than you. It's extremely obnoxious.
You don't actually have disadvantage. You only have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws when you're restrained.
Got it.
Doesn't. Still, the ogre will. He can't actually get within short range of you, so he will just grab himself a javelin, move forward a
How many
little
javelins
bit.
have they got, Neil? I mean, really?
They've got a pile of. Well, you can't quite see them since you've never gotten
Got a
close
lot.
enough. But this is a cave in which they are defending, and they know that you're outside and you're going to come in the morning. So they've carefully placed a pile of javelins on the ground where they can stand and throw them at you, and they haven't really moved from that spot the whole
I'm not
time.
questioning the fact that it's in a pile. I'm questioning that they've got that many in the first place.
Well, there were a lot of ogres, and now there aren't very many. So they've got like
Yeah.
20 or 10 ogres worth of javelins to sit around. And they'll throw another one at Cypher. Whoosh.
Hit me. Yeah, get the
Miss.
fuck out of here.
The Grell that is holding Cypher begins to
Okay,
ascend
like-
Hold on.
to the sky.
Is
Opportunity
Attack
attacks.
of
I just-
opportunity.
I'd also like to
Yes.
say, if he's throwing a javelin at me and I'm grappled, is there not a chance that he hits the Grell?
Technically, no. In
Okay.
2nd edition, yes. In 5th edition, no.
Nice.
Wild
Mate,
miss.
I can't-
Mate, what is going on with your
That's not my
rolls
thing
today?
Cypher, you are now 60 feet in the air. I imagine not happily, as the Grell uses its movement, so it can't make any attacks against you, to lift you into the air. You know, it dashes upward, dragging you with it.
This is a roller coaster ride. She's excited.
All right. Iron Grip the Jailer.
I will use my action to summon my Raven.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to drag the token. And then the Raven, I guess, rolls initiative.
Yes.
There's Raven initiative.
Which is
You got
right
so
after
lucky,
you.
but you could have got so fucked, and I think it is so stupid that you can roll like a 20 if you have like a 19, and then the Raven will have to go on the next turn. Just want to
Yeah.
put my displeasure with that.
Yes. So. Okay. I am going to stay where I am.
Cool. Your Raven goes.
Yeah.
My Raven is going to fly up. Sorry, Ethan. Cypher's more important. The Raven will fly up to Cypher and use the help action on Cypher to give him advantage on his next skill check.
Excellent. Mitz looks around. He can't get to any of the Grell. He'll do what minions do, and he will get closer to the ogre.
You are so stupid,
What?
Mitz. Mitz is one dumb motherfucker.
It really is.
Can I just say I called for a full retreat, Koibu, and Mitz, I guess, goes towards the ogre?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, no one ever
Bloodlust.
criticized. No one
Hey,
ever
he's a
thought
minion.
that minions were the smartest creatures in the world. Mott. What can we do, Mott? How
Mott
can
just
we
got
help?
smacked with a javelin.
Yes, she did. Any creature within range, but only 30 feet. Range 60 feet. A creature of your choice. Mott is going to cast Shield of Faith, but she's going to have to get closer on Cypher. She's going to move essentially to underneath Cypher and will cast Shield of Faith at 2nd level. So, Cypher,
Nice.
you have +2 to your AC for the duration.
What does casting it at 2nd level do?
Literally nothing. It's just shielding has
She
2nd
just
level
can't-
spell
yeah,
slots.
no
Oh,
second
okay.
slots.
Yes. So your AC is temporarily 18, Cypher.
Damn, thanks.
The next ogre will move here and throw a javelin at Cassian. Whap!
Hit.
And hit you, and then go back to grab another one. Ethan has passed his save and will make attacks.
No, wait. Should
Disadvantage.
Ethan not try and break out of the grapple?
Yeah, I think Ethan at this point would definitely be breaking out of this.
He's
grapple.
got high
60-foot
dex,
fall? I mean, it's going to be a 60-foot
mean,
fall even if he kills
he's-
him, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
The
Uh,
Grell isn't wounded either.
That's true. All right.
He would. Yeah, he would.
Acrobatics
try and
check
escape,
to escape. DC 15. And it's a
Nice.
pass.
Get in.
Ethan
Get it, Ethan.
falls and takes
Monster Mare doing
66 damage. Would you roll it, Mr. Mooten?
How much do you want?
66.
66?
Does he not have any sort of like way to resist falling damage as a rogue?
Nope. He's not that high level.
Ah, he's alive though. Okay.
That 4th level rogues don't get that.
I mean,
that's-
I don't know. I actually don't know if it exists or something. I'm just assuming that rogues might have something like that.
Pretty sure they have something like that.
They do. It's called Uncanny Dodge, and they get it at 5th level.
Okay.
Should have leveled up.
And it's when an enemy hits you with an attack. Ugh, poor Ethan. Anyway, he escapes. He falls. He takes half his movement to stand up, and then he uses half his movement to run.
You not get a free dash as well as a rogue.
Yes, you can bonus action dash. Well done, Nick. You should just play all the NPCs. Next
Probably have a
up
better
is
chance.
the Grell that was
Get
holding
his
on
ass,
to
Nick.
Ethan.
Get his ass.
Oh
And
no, I didn't say that. No, I was
It
joking.
will drop 60 feet. So now it is just above the hobgoblin. On the square directly above you, but it had to use all of its movement to get down there. So if you move, hobgoblin, you're provoking an attack of opportunity. Cassian.
I yell out, Mitz, don't lose your life. And I will go over here, and I will attack the Grell. And I'm gonna hit both of these, I think, this time. So here you go. Great weapon mastery for 4 and an 8.
What are you doing?
I just can't roll today.
There's no dice for this man.
It's my turn, is it?
Dear Mare.
I do. Where's the other Grell? Is this the last one now?
No, there's one up in there, but
Who could
There's
tell?
one that
There's so
has
many.
Cypher.
The one that has Cypher. Like Cypher's still currently being grelled.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
Cypher's 60 feet in the air.
Okay. He's too far away from me, so I Sacred Flame the one that's on the ground near me. 5.
DC.
Fail.
They will take 5 points of damage.
Take any extra damage because it's a brain. And there's 5.
I
No.
move back.
Ice
20
damage would
feet.
do extra though. Like a brain freeze.
Cypher, you're
True.
60 feet in the air. Oh god, it's terrible. If you fall, the last person that fell took 23 damage. It might knock you unconscious. What are you gonna do? It can also just start eating your face out with advantage on all the attacks. What are you gonna do, Cypher?
I mean, what the fuck is even my best outcome here? I kill it, I also fall 60 feet.
Yeah. And you've got
Like-
advantage on the escape because of the Raven helping you as well.
That's
I mean,
true.
that's
Close to
cool, and then I
death.
fall and I die.
Maybe you could roll poorly. It'd be
Yeah,
great.
What is the roll on falling?
66.
Average outcome of 66 is what?
3.5 times 6
That's
is
20 or 21.
21.
But
You got a
50-50
50-50 shot of
chance.
living.
Matt will have a go, and we'll be able to hopefully bring you back up. So
Yeah, Matt's right there.
Yeah.
Give advantage on it.
Does it like even out with the disadvantage because I'm grappled, or?
You don't even have disadvantage. I was just full of shit last time.
yeah.
Cool. Okay. All right.
Acrobatics
well,
or athletics.
check.
15 is the number you need. There you go. You break free of the Grelly grip. You plummet to the ground. Ah! And Iron
should
Grip,
roll
would
for
you
it.
roll? Okay, I'll roll.
If
Let
the-
me roll
if
it.
the
I want to
wait,
kill
wait,
a
wait,
player.
Wait, I want to kill.
Wait. If the Grell moved up 60 feet, but he's like 6 foot tall, maybe he's only actually falling 50 feet.
The Grell wasn't at ground level, right? The Grell moved 60 feet up, and Cypher moves 60 feet up. Right? They move in tandem.
The Grell should never attack. They should just grab people and then dash up. It's the genius move.
We need to tame these Growl.
Yeah.
Like bring them
Teach them.
outside.
19
Yes.
points of damage as you hit the
Let's
ground.
Go.
You still have
Second
your
time with 1
movement.
HP.
Yeah, and your bonus action.
Okay.
Run, Cypher.
What do you
Iron
say?
Grip will call out. Run, Cypher.
Fuck
Get
you.
behind me, Doctor.
Okay, wait, what's the situation?
You have them outnumbered.
The Z-axis is adding a lot of weird shit here.
Yes.
So wait, this guy, he's on the ground chilling.
Yep.
Okay.
He's hittable.
This Grell, is 10 feet in the air. You can hit 10 feet in the air.
He's gonna kill me if I go there, I think, unless we all kill him in time.
I'm gonna grapple this fucking girl to the ground. I'm gonna teach you a lesson.
Can I
I'm gonna
flank
eat
him?
No.
Mm-mm. You need to flank across X, Y, and Z.
I'm 1 HP.
Just run, dude. Don't risk it.
Yeah, I'm gonna look out.
So technically, this means a Grell can never flank you if he's above you, because on the other side of you is always the ground.
Yes.
Just want us to remember that rule later.
Okay, let's get back. I'll also tell the group to get disengaged and I'll dash 60 feet down here.
The ogre. Oh, he left his pile of javelins to come to that
Too far
spot
back.
earlier. And the enemy's fleeing, so what is the ogre gonna do? The ogre is just gonna come in and dash and run. Thump, 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 thump. Fee, fi, fo, thump. And brings himself with his club right into the middle.
You said
That way
dash, yeah.
he can get...
Oh, wait. Did Mitz not get a sneaky attack as he comes around the corner?
No, unfortunately.
Sure?
Yeah, I think the
No.
path
No,
that
he
the
doesn't.
ogre
He's
took...
too big. He's too big.
Yeah. This way, no matter who moves away from the ogre gets attack of opportunity.
No one's
It's
gonna
brilliant.
move away. This ogre's gonna die.
No, it's
Yeah.
a brilliant move. The enemy's fleeing. The ogre's got it. I have to get to this Grell. Thank you, Mitz.
This move is the only way the ogre can die in this fight. Just
Yeah.
wanted to know that.
He's an ogre, Nick.
Yeah, he's not smart. He's not known
Well.
for his intelligence.
The Grell here drops down right above Mott. Not far enough,
Mott.
with not enough actions to grab Mott, but is now
Oh,
just
okay.
hovering above Mott because it has to move and dash. Iron Grip the Jailer.
I'm going to step one tile northeast. Chunk. Would I still be in
You're fine.
range to attack this guy with a shocking grasp? Because if not, I'll a shocking grasp, then move.
Shocking Grasp is touch. So the reason that you can easily hit things 10 feet in the air is because you've got 4 or 5 foot blades on your hands, and so you can swipe at those things. But to actually touch something 10 feet in the air would require a jump. So I think you could make the Shocking Grasp if you were directly below it, and it would take 5 feet of movement to do so, because you'd have to jump up and touch it.
All right, let's do it. I'm jumping. I'm touching. Skadoosh. I shocking grasp him.
Make
Spell
me-
save 14.
No, make me
Oh, wait,
a
it's a spell
touch
attack,
attack. Yeah, a melee spell attack.
Listen, I'm rolling big here, okay? 10.
Whoosh. That's a miss. You go to high five the Grell's dangerous tentacles and miss them. And then that takes 5 feet of your movement because you're jumping, and then you can do whatever you want with the rest of your movement.
Ugh.
Oh, Mitz from behind.
I will move one tile here.
Okay. The Raven goes.
The Raven will swoop down and land right here.
The Raven can give flanking, right?
That's right.
Against the Grells.
I suppose.
Oh.
Oh,
Does
shit.
it-
Yeah, actually,
It's on
the
side like
Raven,
this. Yeah.
the Raven swoops down exactly 10 feet into the air diagonally to this
You are
ground.
one genius, Iron.
All right. Mitz runs across the battlefield.
Let's go.
Up behind the ogre. Ah!
Advantage.
With
Wait,
a
one more?
20.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Smashes
7.
the ogre in the back of the knee for
Boom.
7 points of damage. The ogre reels. Mott will disengage and move away because she
Mitz is a legend, man.
Yeah. In fact, oh no, that's as far as she can go. The ogre, the other ogre goes. Still in javelin area, will pick up a javelin and hurl it at Mott. Wah! 11 will hit her
Yeah.
for 11
Disadvantage,
points of
disadvantage,
damage.
range.
Disadvantage?
And plus advantage because it's invisible to
Oh,
her.
come on.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah, they cancel.
Okay. I mean, we've
Yep.
been seeing javelins come from that exact same spot all fight.
Yeah, but it's still you might know that
Okay.
there's a monster there, but you can't see it aiming at you. If you can't see the creature, it has advantage. Is the
Yeah, you
rule.
don't know when it's coming. Okay.
Yeah.
So, if I
Ethan.
shoot an arrow
I mean,
never mind.
The rule is that you can cast spells when restrained, but that maybe doesn't make sense, so we might flex that one.
Yeah, well, you did cast spells while restrained.
Yeah, because it wasn't
Yeah.
material.
No, it
Yeah.
works perfectly.
Okay.
Ethan, does he pass his morale check? He does. He will take his bow back. Oh no, he dropped his bow on the ground. Oh.
Right.
Well, nope. Ethan's out. He leaves the cave. He's gone. Grell. Oof. Who do we want? You know, we want Cassian. The tentacles
hold on.
Cassian.
What about the fucking bird?
No. The tentacles. Whoosh. They try to wrap around you. They cannot do it. It lowers itself just enough to slam its beak into you. Oh, it's also a miss.
This has been a spicy battle.
Oh, yes.
Okay, I'm attacking the ogre here. Yes, I'm attacking the ogre.
Get that kill.
I
With
have
advantage.
20,
It's a hit.
24.
Half the ogre's HP.
Okay,
One
I
shot.
attack it again.
Critical.
Nice. There we go. There we go. With the extra
Dead.
attack now,
28
right?
is exactly its remaining HP.
I
The
get an
ogre
extra attack
crumbles.
with
Bonus action.
advantage on the growl.
Yes. It's a hit.
Well,
Oh, that's a hit. Nice.
Exactly.
25.
Oh,
More than
Dude,
half its
what a
HP.
turn. What a turn.
They're going down left and right and
Cassian
everywhere.
goes with his axe. He gets the ogre in the shoulder. He pulls it out, lops the ogre's head off, and then does a quick 360 turn right back where he was facing, and upper hands the Grell with the axe from the underside.
Tentacles go, brain splits open, weird pale yellow juices drip out onto the square next to you as the Grell's beak opens and goes, "Oh!" Steermere.
I consider giving my greater healing potion to Cypher to help him get back in the fight, but with that huge attack and the slaying of the ogre.
Cypher will, seeing this, also yell out in excitement as this happens.
Yeah, I
Cheering
think
as if she
now
were in the crowd at the org.
we've got the fight in the bag, so I'm worried more about Matt getting killed by the Grell on its turn, or by the ogre. When is Matt's turn? Not for a while.
Not for a while.
Shit, do I?
Drink your potion and cover.
I go here and I take the dodge action.
Okay.
Greedy. I like it.
Cypher, 1 HP.
Just a heads up, I don't know if everybody remembers this, but on your character sheet, everybody should have a 44 plus 4 potion because we gave them to you.
Mm-hmm.
Do I really want to use that? I feel like you guys are just fine, right?
Yeah, just
I'm at 1 HP, and almost everyone's dying. But do I really want to use the healing potion?
I think Neil's trying to get me to waste my healing potion.
right, he is.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Cypher, if she has the option to re-engage this exciting fight, especially after seeing what she saw Cassian do, how can she not be inspired to rejoin this fight? She's not going to sit on the sidelines while he did some crazy awesome shit like that. Let me get on this. What's the roll for the potion?
4d4 plus 4.
Okay. Can I just click it on my sheet?
No.
Nope.
Okay, 44.
That would be too much to ask for.
This is an action. Boom for 12 HP.
Plus 4 on
13.
top of that is 16.
Hell yeah. I guess
You're
that was my
back in.
action. I move in range of this Grell.
Excellent.
And I use my bonus action to make an attack.
You can only do that if you made an attack with your primary hand,
That's so
unfortunately.
fucking cringe.
I know.
I guess what can I do? I can't do anything because everything would have to be a bonus action, right? Yeah, fuck it. I'm standing here and I'm ready.
Base.
All right. The ogre is dead. It cannot take a turn. The other Grell. Well. It's not looking great, but it passes its morale check. Not a problem. It is going to...
Steermere, he's right there.
I know, he's right there. But that's just a silly way to go. So the Grell is just going to move 5 feet and tentacle at Iron Grip. Oh, god damn it.
I'm gonna roll better than that.
Yeah. Blissey was supposed to have advantage on the attack, and it's just not going great. And it'll beak at Iron Grip. Ah.
The beak skitters off my shield, and I laugh at it.
And that is its turn. Iron Grip.
I want to bite the tentacle creature. I want to bite one of the tentacles.
Are you
He's in like the throes of battle, so he's gonna grab one of the tentacles and like try to bite it off.
Okay, go for it.
He's gone wild. What do you want, an unarmed attack? There you go. Hold
Yeah.
on.
Give me an unarmed attack.
He's gone. Wait, I don't have unarmed attack on my sheet.
Uh,
I'm gonna get it.
D20 plus your strength mod plus 3.
Wait, can I make the shocking grasp as that attack instead?
That'll use your int mod instead of your strength mod.
Okay, great. They'll do the shocking grasp. Boom. I'll just use a shocking grasp. But in roleplay, he's trying to like zap off a tentacle to eat it.
Right. You do grab a portion of it and deliver a shock. Roll the damage.
Zap 11 damage.
Actually, fantastic damage. It cannot take reactions until the start of its next turn.
Boom.
Right. Raven.
The Raven will continue to provide advantage to Cassian.
Excellent.
Take a dodge action.
Mott does what only a minion can and
Wait.
put his back to the enemy and make a club attack against the weird flying tentacle brain boy and
Let's
hit
go, Mitz.
for 2 mitts. Not
go.
Mott, sorry. Yes.
He's a hero.
Mott is gonna leave.
Yeah,
Fair.
good.
She's gonna go around the corner, a little bit of safety, and then let the next ogre go, who will
Here it is, Nick.
grab a javelin.
Wait, question. In my mind, I felt like the fact that the advantage and the disadvantage cancel out, and then the dodge on top means that it would have disadvantage, but that's not how it works, is it?
No.
I don't even know if you can dodge something you can't see. Probably you can.
Honestly, though,
He's gonna hit. Like, we know he's going to hit, and he's going to do 8
Mitz
damage.
is right here and at way lower AC. So goodbye, Mitz. It was lovely playing with you. He hurls it for 21 to hit, 11 piercing damage, bringing Mitz to 0. Goodbye,
Mitz.
Mitz.
To 0?
Oh wait, Mitz is a minion? Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Mitz is a minion. Grell. This one right here. Well, this situation is not looking super fantastic. I think we do need another morale check here, which is a failure, and our creature will disengage and
Wait,
float.
isn't that a pass?
That is a pass. Fuck yes, good call. Well, well, well. Even better. The tentacles come out for you, Cassian. They wrap around your arms, they wrap around your body, but they cannot get purchase or grip. And then the beak comes in and also will not hurt you, and that was bad.
Here you go.
Yep.
Advantage.
And
Dead.
hit. Not quite
Oh,
dead.
another one? Ooh.
And miss. The Grell lives. Steermere.
It's got to be done, hasn't it? Is there, given that the Grell is in the air, can I get to Mitz
Yeah.
without taking an attack of opportunity?
Yeah, totally.
Can't even do an attack of opportunity this round. Pretty sure it got shocking grasp, so
Yeah.
there's no reaction.
Yep, it got grabbed.
Okay.
It has no reaction.
Cool. So I think I move to here, and then we'll attempt to stabilize Mitz with a medicine check.
DC Ted.
Nick roll coming up.
Don't you die on me, buddy!
All right.
Bring him back.
Cypher Quick Claw. Also
The
muted.
girl next to me is almost dead, right? Let's fucking kill this guy.
Yeah.
Can you do it? Nope.
8.
It's all right. You get 2 more.
Yep.
There you go.
Nice.
And that'll do it. And it'll go down. It collapses onto the ground, a pile of brains and tentacles and beaks.
Okay.
Cassian
Right.
will. Oh, go ahead.
Wait, where the fuck am I here?
The
I'm gonna
Grell's
get over
turn
here
first,
and
not
use
that.
my bonus attack, right?
Yep.
Mate, it's his turn next. Just be careful. Oh, you've got
Yeah.
17 health now.
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, he's
fine.
got it. He's
Yeah.
got it.
My
He's in the
offhand
heat.
attack.
She's in the heat of combat.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or
Critical miss. Whoosh.
Cassian will call out to the ogre and say, "We don't want to kill you. Come out here with your hands up, and we will not have to murder you."
Iron Grip will call out, "I want to kill you."
I do believe this Grell is done. That is a pass, though. But I still think wisdom prevails in this situation. All the other Grell are dead. This one will disengage into the ceiling and vanish from sight. Whoosh.
How much movement can it do on a disengage?
Only 30. Good call. It is technically 40 feet in the air. You do have line of sight to it. Those of you with dark vision can see it. Those of you without dark vision can maybe barely see it, whatever the triangle of 25 and 40 is, the hypotenuse of that.
Yeah. 25
so-
and 40.
Yeah.
Let me just do that real quick.
47 feet? No, so unless you have
Yeah.
dark vision, you cannot see this Grell. Iron Grip the Jailer, you can still see it as it is ascending to the sky.
I'm full sending a level 2 magic missile into this thing. Full send. No holds barred.
44 plus 4.
I want big here. Okay, I want
We
really
want big.
big.
You need
Boom.
big.
13.
13 almost does it, but not quite. Movement? Raven?
Let me think about what I can do here. Let me look at the Raven's actions.
I don't think it has much.
It just has a beak attack, but you're not allowed to use familiar attacks.
Yep.
Does the Raven shed light because it's a familiar, or is it actually just like look like a Raven?
No, it's a physical raven. Yeah. The real raven.
All right, let me
Does
see
not
here.
shed light.
How big is this rock?
Oh, it's a
That's a
small
light stone.
stone. That's a light stone.
I walk over and I pick up the rock and I hold it above my head,
Nice.
Excellent.
giving just enough feet of vision for
I got
people
it.
to see this.
Excellent. All right. Melee minion. That's Mitz. That's
Let's go.
He's
Oh, he passed
stable.
a save.
He's stable.
All right, he's good.
Yeah.
He's good.
Mott's
Okay.
outside.
Mott's cool. Ogre goes. Oh, looks like everybody else is retreating or dying. There's only one thing left for an old ogre to do. Grab his javelin. Take a step forward into the light. Look at Steermere
Get
in
his
the
ass.
eyes. Raise the javelin. But you can see it coming now, unfortunately, because the light is nearby, right?
Yes.
So it's
Yes.
at disadvantage, but that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when you have essentially negative AC if the attack is at disadvantage or not. Whoosh! It's a miss.
Nice. I don't have negative AC. I've got 16.
I was just you have bad luck. You know, it's essentially negative
Oh.
AC. Cassian.
I'm glad we're finally admitting it now.
Cassian will drop his axe. He's gonna pick up the bow that should be right here. Because
It's
where
right
he
there.
left it. He's gonna notch an arrow. Is this a short bow or a long bow?
It's a short bow. Where'd you get the arrow from?
I would assume that he has his arrow thing on him because he probably has his bow also strung to his back. But
Oh, Cassian
my
has
character
his
sheet.
quiver and arrow
Would
and
assume
bow on him.
so.
That's fine then. Perfect.
it's on my character sheet.
Yeah, then you've got it.
Here you go. Regular attack, right?
Yep.
7.
Hit!
Oh, yes.
5 is just enough to kill the
Nice.
Grell, and it drops to the ground in a heap of blood and
my second
brains and
attack.
flesh and ooze.
I'm gonna shoot the ogre at disadvantage.
Nope.
Nope, fine.
Short range.
12.
Hit.
2.
Minimal damage. Steermere.
Damage is damage.
I cast Sacred Flame on the ogre.
The ogre takes a... Actually, that's not at disadvantage. It is a big dodge. He effectively avoids it.
Passes, and then I will move. Yeah.
Cypher. One enemy left.
Fuck it. Gonna kill this guy, right, guys?
Yeah.
Don't quite have enough movement to reach him, though.
Got enough to dash.
I would have to dash and then just stand in front of him menacingly. Sounds like a terrible plan.
You're in the heat of battle.
Yeah, but I'm not fucking stupid, okay?
It's the difference between Cypher and Cassian. Cassian would do it.
Alright. Cypher and Cassian exchange glances at each other.
Cassian gives you a nod.
And, fuck, I don't have that much HP left, guys.
Yeah, but how much heart do you have?
It's true. Believe in the heart of the cards.
Iron Grip is untouched in this fight. He's right by your side.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm dashing. Let's go. I'm dashing, and I stand menacingly in front of the ogre.
You're gonna
Swords
die and
drawn.
feel like a fool.
You have no one to blame but yourself. Iron Grip the jailer.
I'm going to move to here. Can I occupy this space?
Yeah, there's enough space that, this guy could squish there,
Yeah.
and you could squish there.
Quickly roll a con check, Koibu, for Mott the healer. She's giving a concentration plus 2 AC, I think, to Cypher.
Oh
like
shit!
the
Wait! I've just realized the light stone should have gone off when she cast that.
Is light a concentration spell? It's not. It's just got a
Oh,
flat
it's not?
duration. Yeah.
Oh,
Yes,
so you can
I'm also
we can
carrying
roll
the
some.
rock.
Okay.
It should be with.
Yeah, this
In
is
terms of like
concentration.
the
You're
exact
right.
positioning here, real quick, like Cypher's engaged in battle, but she's not stupid. She wouldn't like engage and like block this very, very narrow space so that
Yeah,
no
this is
other
fine.
of her fighters could like.
Yeah.
So she would like stand like maybe.
No,
right,
there's enough
yeah,
room
yeah.
that you guys can both be there. There's half a square on either side of it. It's fine. It's fine. Iron Grip.
If the light stone is still active, I'm carrying it. It's in my hand.
It is
Yeah,
still active. You have it in your hand.
Okay, for my free item interaction, I'm going to drop it to my feet.
Mhm.
And I am going to cast Shocking Grasp on this guy. I'm just going to give him the dirtiest slap that I can.
Ooh.
Oops, I
Other
double
button.
cast it.
16.
Boom, 10.
Yeah. No
Shocking
reaction.
Grasp do that much damage? Roy had that spell.
When you hit 5th level, its damage doubles.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Raven. It does
The
something.
Raven has 50 feet of movement, so it'll fly over our heads.
Okay. The melee minion does nothing. Mott does nothing. The ogre goes, takes the club, raises it, and drops it on Cypher's head. Whap! With a 9. Yes,
Wild miss.
Drop the bow, grab my axe. Can I move to here?
Yep.
Okay. Now I'm going to lure you a little bit here. But I should be able to throw my axe with Great Weapon Mastery, because when you read it, it says, you've learned to put the weight of a weapon to your advantage. I thought it was the weight of myself. Can I get it with Great Weapon Mastery, or do you just want a regular throw?
You want to row your great axe
Yeah.
and use Great Weapon Master
Right.
with a thrown great axe.
Correct. And you know what? I'll give this to you. If I miss, how about it hits the wall, and then we do a check to see if it breaks?
Well, it specifically says before you make a melee,
melee
attack.
attack.
Oh, a melee attack.
Yeah.
Okay. That works. I'm still going to throw it, and we can still do the other thing without the Great Weapon Master.
Sure. Well, it's definitely disadvantage on the attack for the distance, because a great axe is not meant to be thrown, and it's a big weapon. So make 2 attacks. We'll take the lower one. All you need is 9. It's a hit.
Oh.
For 10.
10 damage. Whap! It sticks itself in the ogre's shoulder. Ogre cries out in pain. Steermere.
No, Sacred Flame.
And it's a hit for 10 points.
No, it passed it safe.
Oh, yes, my mistake. Sorry. Good call. Cypher, you're finally here. The ogre's here. Your friend is here. It's the last round of battle. You slash once, it's a hit.
You're muted.
8 damage. It's a hit. I have no idea what you're saying, but you're doing
You're
so much
muted.
damage. You're doing great.
Did a
I
ton of
said-
damage.
I'm putting him in the blender. Okay. Offhand
Yeah.
weapon.
Oh my
22,
god.
10.
Oh
damage.
my god.
That's
The ogre
right.
wavers. It sort of drops to one knee as Iron Grip stares it in the face. Blood drips down of its face. There's a little bit of drool mixed in it. There's a daze in its eyes.
Draw of Razors, Iron Grip the Jailer, will,
Hobgoblin. Scum.
he's gonna tell him, my friend's gonna kill you, and he's gonna try to grapple the ogre.
The classic.
Classic.
Yeah, arena strategy.
See how it feels, Neil.
Make me an athletics check. Opposed by the ogre's athletics or acrobatics.
19.
That's a 19. That's good.
Jesus.
The
Well,
ogre's
now-
got big
You
strength.
Nice.
grab the ogre.
Headlock.
I got him in the head.
The ogre groans. The raven goes. Melee minion does nothing. Mott does nothing. It's the ogre's turn. It's grappled by this hobgoblin. How do you have the ogre? Tell me.
So I'm like, how much bigger than me is it? That's the real question.
Much. Like,
Okay,
Yeah.
I have it by like the lips. Like I'm like, my feet are on its shoulder blades, and I have them by like the lips.
oh my god.
So he's grimacing as I'm screaming and pulling on his face.
The ogre is going to use every last one of his 7 brain cells and take the club in his hands and try to whap the hobgoblin off of his skull.
If it rolls a 1, it hits itself.
Yes.
Easy.
Easy.
It's a miss. It just hits the armor of the hobgoblin ineffectively. Cassian,
I'm gonna walk
You're-
up here.
great axe is like sticking out of the ogre's shoulder.
As
gonna
Cassian approaches, I'll
my-
say, leave it for Cypher.
I'm gonna put my hand on Cypher. Cypher, we should ask this ogre some questions. You shouldn't kill it here. Let's take the great axe out, and then I'll wait.
Steermere.
I cast Sacred Flame on the ogre.
Range.
I don't think I'll kill it, so
It fails.
that takes 7.
All right. It almost dies, but not quite.
Perfect.
Cypher. There's
Good job,
not
Steermere.
much left
Thank you.
on this ogre. It's basically
Um,
dead.
Yeah, Cypher does not see any value in asking this ogre any questions. She's gonna fucking kill it.
You get shot.
You do 2 damage to an ogre with 3 attacks when it's got AC 9. Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Bigger Stacy.
The
She-
ogre dies.
Slashes the legs of the ogre, bringing him down, and will stab him through the heart.
Yeah.
And as it goes to the ground, it will again whisper in its ear.
See a disappointed look in Cassian's face as he turns around and walks away.
What do you whisper in their ear as they die? Do we know?
Nobody knows.
Mm.
Only people who have died have heard it.
Nice.
Wait, does that mean Open Haven are like, is Roy like keeping a list of the things she said to the things she's killed? Like, what the hell does all this mean?
Can Roy hear that?
I don't know. A gentle whisper said between dying creatures? Probably not.
I love the idea of Roy being the only other creature in the world that has a list of all the things you said to the things you killed.
As the ogre dies, I walk up to this Growl's corpse here. I like kick it over so like its beak is showing, and I say, "What the fuck are these things?" To more or less to Cassian.
The great
That's
fighters, that's for sure.
I don't think I've ever seen these. Have I ever heard about these, Koibu?
No.
No.
It's just
Never
disgusting.
seen
It's
'em.
an abomination.
I agree. Could we
Just gotta-
regroup outside?
Must be the work
In
of
case
some
more of
sort
these
of
come back?
demented wizard.
Iron Grip
Oh,
will
Razor,
say,
could you imagine commanding one of these in the arena?
oh, It would be beautiful to watch our opponent get dragged to the sky and dropped. Like a
How are you
egg.
guys feeling? Are you healthy? I'd look around.
I feel pretty rough. Maybe we should rest the night and then search the cave tomorrow.
I think we should
But
go
we
outside
have-
for your sake.
We've been roughed up a bit.
Yeah,
We have
need to go.
materials and loot together. These
Yes.
beasts have powerful venom we should collect.
Draw Razor, you and I can stay back and pull a few of these out. Let them go.
Yeah,
Okay.
come on. So I think the 5 of us will go, and Droll, Razor, and Cassian can stay inside the cave.
Keep the lights down. We'll pull 2 back.
Mott will use
Yep.
her last 2nd level spell to cast Prayer of Healing.
Well, I think we tell her not to.
Why?
Because 5th edition's stupid and you can just use all your hit dice and get all your HP.
Yeah, we can just heal on our short rest.
What if something
Yeah.
happens before then? You're all
can-
wounded.
Then use
We're
it
all
later.
almost dead.
We have potions.
Neil's right. Neil's right. This is a good time to do it. It's literally got such good value right now.
All right.
All right. So she will do 2d8 plus 3 plus 2 plus 2. To
2d8 plus 7.
Yes. So this is to Mitz. This is to Steermere. This is
Oh.
to Cypher. This is to herself, which is shit. This is to Ethan, which is shit. And this is to Cassian.
All right. If we're
We did
healed
this.
up,
I think we can go
don't
back in.
need- But then we don't need to go out. Yeah.
Yeah, fucking hell. That's such a great healing spell.
We go out for 10 minutes, then we come back in, and we're going to keep going.
Well, let's do that on the other side of our
okay.
break.
Awesome.
Patreon.com/SaveOrDie. If you want some cool benefits, you want to name some characters, or support the show so that Neil can continue to eat because he is living paycheck to paycheck on those Patreon episodes, guys.
Feed me. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Lazarus expedition. The party has survived, and they're going to go back in the cave with some more light stones and search it. Yeah?
Yeah, does she have another spell for Lightstone?
Yeah, she can make as many light stones as she wants. They're in action. They last an
cantrip?
hour. It's a cantrip.
Nice.
Easy peasy.
Then
All right.
want... How long does it take to make? Sorry.
Oh, seconds. 6 seconds for
Okay.
each one.
She needs to
Yes.
make 7 of them then.
Yeah, she'll just make a whole bunch of light stones and hand them out. And the party.
Mott, I'm very proud of you. You were very brave in there.
Yeah, I think I actually wanted to say to Matt as we were walking back in, like, hey, thanks for risking yourself to save my life. Well, I suppose I didn't actually know that happened.
No, yeah.
Probably
He
could have
would be-
assumed.
Someone
He
would've
would be
told you.
one of the last of the peasants to die in a peasant fight.
I'm going to go up to Mitz as well, and I want to roll for this mechanically, Koibu. I want to give Mitz, I want to dap him up, I want to give him the coolest handshake, because I want to give him the coolest handshake. So can I get a handshake for
glazing.
this roll?
Yeah. Give me a charisma or a dex check. Your call.
D20 plus just my charisma mod, right?
Yeah.
19.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good.
You can only have one light spell active at a time.
Oh.
We'll take one then. It's perfect.
Bummer. Okay. Cool. Well, you can
Cypher-
search.
I give it...
Cypher will go through, kind of do her play-by-play review of the fight that went down, and as she does it, she will comment a lot on Sturmir, you are quite the fighter, but I think you need to take care not to get hit so much in these kinds of situations. And I think it'd be very advantageous for us if you kept yourself a little bit more safe and out of harm's way in these fights. Do you agree?
I think it's a good point, Cypher, but unfortunately, I was trying to remove myself from the battle. I just did not expect the brains from above.
Cassian will laugh. Steermere, just don't get hit.
We were all surprised by the brains, as you call them. Maybe we're
The
standing
maw.
above one and she's kind of poking it with her sword.
The maw knows you chase well, Steermer. It calls to you.
Yes, well, I'll be staying out of reach of whatever I can going forward, at least until we get a chance to rest in a town.
Those
I
were
guess
true
I
agents
guess-
of the maw.
I guess especially for humans, reaction speed goes down a little bit with age, so we need to take that into account for our next fights.
I have heard
course,
people
yeah.
describe things like fine wine. Perhaps they get tastier with age as well.
I'm not dead yet, Iron Grip. My liver's staying just where it is, thank you.
Cassian
Is
will
a
lead
cow
the
less
party as well.
tasty if it is alive or dead?
I don't know. Depends if the cow's been drinking too much whiskey for the last 30 years. I think
Well-
you'll find my liver not so tasteful.
Roll of Razor, and she will say this in a tone that kind of indicates that they've talked about this about 1,000,000 times. She'll say, people, food.
Oh, I forget. You guys are squeamish when it comes to eating. My apologies.
Not when it comes to eating, Iron Grip, no. When it comes to eating other people.
But we have fought in battle together. I would let you eat me now.
Oh, that's all well and good, but things aren't that desperate yet. I'd rather
Glad to
avoid.
hear that you'd let us eat you. Thank you.
Only if I died valiantly in battle.
Let's look
What if-
less inward and more forward. Do we want to keep continuing down here? The last time we went in here, we kind of made the decision based on that it couldn't hurt, and I'd like to admit that I was wrong on that, and I'd like to apologize for making the bad call here.
That's all right, Cypher. We forgive you.
At this point, I think we should continue. We know what we're looking for, enemy-wise, and I think that those were the last of the ogres. I think there
Razor
be
will
more.
pick up the light stone and throw it as hard as he can at the ceiling above
Yeah.
us.
Yeah.
You will see there is that wounded Grell that escaped the battle earlier that is still floating up there. And then the
Ready
light
your
stone will
bows.
come down
More than
Comrades.
60 feet away, right?
more than 60 feet away.
But
I'll
within
pull out
bow
my
range?
bow.
But
Yeah,
within bow
do it,
range.
I'll
Disadvantage
pull out
on
my
attacks.
bow and I'll get ready.
I'll ask everyone to have their bows ready, and I'll prepare to
Okay.
throw the stone again.
I hold Sacred Flame if it comes in range now.
Okay.
My bow ready?
I throw the rock.
You throw the rock, and to your frustration, as the rock sails through the sky, The Grell is on the move. It is moving along the ceiling, kind of dodging stalactites and going down with the ceiling and lifting back up. It's on the run. You can make shots.
17.
Hit.
Oh, it's a disadvantage though.
Yes.
Hit.
Still a hit.
Doesn't matter.
5.
Does not quite kill it. Cypher hits and will kill it, and it will drop
Nice.
out of the ceiling.
It makes a
Hit the
really
ground.
satisfying sound as it
Good job.
flops down.
Does it drop slowly, Neil, or does it just?
No, it just
fall?
full drop. Yeah. It splatters.
And Cypher will look at Cassian again and smile again, but with a lot of respect. So, nice shot.
Cassian will ignore you this time. He will brush ahead and put his bow, sling it on his back, and continue on.
Right. Well,
I would like to take one of the beaks off of this thing as a trophy.
Mhm. I'm just going
Do
to
we need
reveal
turn the lights on in here?
cave to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we turn the lights on. Cool.
Counter over. We won. We won.
Yeah.
Lads.
Well, you'll search the place, and what you will eventually find after a little bit of looking around is that this crevice back here has like fissures that run deep into the earth. Like I know on the map right here, this looks just like flat ground, but this is actually a crack that goes down like how wide is this?
Cool.
Like a 15-foot wide, like cracky, crevicey rift down
Does it look
into
like
the
giants or ogres can fit through here?
earth. Does not look like ogres could fit through there, but it does look like Grell could fit through there.
What is the smell coming from this area?
Hot and sulfury, with
Can we
some
search-
other sort of stench amongst it.
Can we search the cave extensively then? Because I guess
Yeah.
Cassian's under the opinion that there should be something here.
Yeah.
I would also send my raven as far down into the chute as possible.
We could also
If it
drop
can
the
carry-
light stone down there as the raven goes.
I think the raven could carry the light stone if it's small enough in its
Yeah.
beak.
Yeah.
Point. Yeah, yeah.
Very
yeah.
good. Yep. The Raven's gonna have a hard time.
It can walk. It can do little hops 10 feet around.
It can I guess it could hop down the wall and flap and climb and flap and climb. Yeah, that's fine. I like that. That's a great approach for the Raven. As the Raven goes down, and it sounds like you're gonna be over here with the Raven. Whoops, wrong buttons. And everyone else is gonna be searching the cave while you're kind of standing nearby the Raven, watching it go down.
Well,
If I see
think that we're
Grell,
gonna
I'm
be
running.
waiting because the Raven has the one light stone.
Oh, right, makes
So
sense.
we're gonna kind of just be waiting right here with him.
Okay. Cool.
And then the Mott is also here with a pebble in her hand because she's not dumb and she's ready to create another light stone if we need.
Got it. Well, the Raven will hop down and hop down and down and down and down and down. And after it's gone down like 200 feet, it's still.
Wait, it can't go that far, right?
Oh, that's
yeah,
right. You can
100
get to
feet.
about the edge of 100 feet, and then you'll lose your ability to communicate with it. And so at the 100 feet border, it's still going down and down and down.
I'll make the
Oh.
raven drop toss the light stone down and curiously watch it.
Give me a perception check with the Raven.
All right.
On +3.
Ka-choomf. +3.
See?
That's a
Very good.
16.
Yeah. Down this crevice, which drops a really great distance, appears to be pretty ordinary, just rocks and rocks and rocks. But then hundreds of feet down there, you start to see glittering, glowing rocks. Or maybe they're not glowing, maybe they're just catching the light in just the right way. They seem to be multicolored and multifaceted, and the rock plunges past this area of colorful stones. And eventually, just before it hits the ground, you can see that there is some sort of sparkling, reflective surface, maybe like a pool of water or of quicksilver or some sort of fluid that undulates as the rock hits it, and then the light goes out.
Oof, that is curious, isn't it?
It's a.
Yeah, I'll report this information to the party in great detail.
Does it seem like we could climb down there? How rough is it?
I think there's an ooze down there, right?
It would be hundreds of feet, and one small slip up, and you would just go plummeting. I mean, in theory, you could climb it, but it would take a lot of.
Does it sound like the
rolls.
rock went into the thing and then just immediately was gone?
From the Raven's point of view, it was hard to tell if like the rock hit something solid and broke apart, or if it got absorbed into something that was opaque, or if it hit like a zone that destroyed the magic. But the light went out like as it got right near that undulating reflective surface. But there's no way to tell from like 1,000 feet away that it was watching.
Let's think about that and search the cave.
As we're searching, I'm walking next to Cassian, and I say, just to him, as curious as that is down there, I'm out of spells. The healers used most of their spells. I saw Cypher drink her potion. I don't think we should be going down there.
I agree with you. I think it's something that if we ever needed, I'm guessing mithril, we could come back to one day.
Sure.
Keep it in mind.
Maybe it's like, a ruby mine or something, but we don't need that right now.
But we know about it.
We know about it.
And knowledge, Sirmir. And Cassian will go on about how knowledge is sometimes the most important thing you can know.
Perhaps we could sell the knowledge of mithril mine when we get to Blub.
We don't know if it's mithril or not.
Don't know
But
it's not mithril.
Perhaps we could send word back to Lady Farseer, and she could have some people come and check it out. Give us the profit.
Perhaps. I'm just thinking we sell the knowledge. I mean, by the time they find it, it's not mithril, we'll be long gone.
No one would believe us, though. And I
suppose
don't
you're
think
right.
we should lie like that.
Fair enough. Let's just finish checking this place out, and I'm keen to get out of here.
I will find with my party what the ogre and the cyclops were heavily interested in and regarding. While you look it up, I'll talk to Drollraiser. Those creatures, were they from the Maw? Sent to bring us in?
Of course, they are consumers, like all of us are. They respect people who eat them. That's why I've got to speak. He says, slapping his shoulder. All creatures of the Maw respect things that eat you. That's why I respect ogres. They can eat me, so they're up the higher in the hierarchy.
Do you respect an ogre who can't kill you?
No, I'd eat him. But the silver stone and the shining gems below, I've heard of these. My people call them shaman stones. They have no value. It's not hard enough to make materials out of. It can only be used for ceremonial rituals.
Is that right? How do you know what it is?
Oh, we had a cave where my people lived. And the walls were coated in this material. And it was holy. You couldn't break it off the wall, but it wasn't strong enough to make weapons with. It would crumble in your hand.
Maybe your people didn't know how to smith it.
How do you know that's what it is?
It looked very similar, and I was looking through the raven's eyes.
Well, as you search the cave, you will find a whole bunch of like broken up crates and boxes. Some of them have food from like really stale bread, some blocks of cheese, some dried meats, lots of like bones, lots and lots of bones from creatures that have been eaten. You'll find a bunch of javelins and some clubs. You'll find some casks of plum wine. Only one of them has any left in it. The others have been consumed by the ogres and the cyclops. You'll find some miscellaneous tools like some rope and some oars and maybe a quarter of a boat over here, and some of the things that you might find on those, like a little bit of hammer and nails and smaller crates and boxes and
What oar is it?
fabric. Like a paddle oar.
All right.
Yeah. Sorry. You will also find 632 silver and 32 gold.
All right. You recording that, Cassian?
Yeah, I'll add it.
Before
I
we
wonder-
leave, I want to get Matt to throw the lightstone down these crevices just to make sure there's no like hidden rooms.
We should also drop one down into the water.
Yeah,
Yeah,
as
I
well.
agree.
Yeah.
I wonder if that merchant who was just coming through the Badlands, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder, it's pretty far out there, but maybe he hired these ogres to watch over this cave? I don't
He
know.
probably fucking made those brain things. You telling me that there's no way that's natural? It's got to be the word of a demented arcane wizard of some sort.
Roy would know.
Roy would probably know.
Ethan,
mean-
have you ever heard of these things?
Ethan shakes his head. Never in all my years have I seen a creature like this.
Ostigan?
Ostigan shakes his head. No, not I.
I'm assuming I haven't either in my time out in the plains of Arcadia.
Nope. These are strange things you've never heard of
Nick.
before.
Out of character, don't these things hang around fucking Mithril?
Oh, I don't know. Do they?
I could have sworn that the only other place that I've seen him in a Koibu campaign was in the Dwarven area where the Mithril mine was, but I could just be talking out of my ass.
That is true, but I don't believe that is a thing about them. But
Okay, yeah.
it could be
Uh,
in second, maybe. I don't think it is in 5e.
Iron Grip will just say they're manifestations of hunger. The world is hungrier than it's ever been. The gods are active. It's obvious to me. I don't know how you guys can't see it. They're just manifestations of hunger.
It's a
Troll Razor,
giant.
Every
it's a
single
giant
time,
brain.
every single time we encounter a new creature, they're a manifestation of hunger. Until someone explains to you what they actually are.
But you cannot deny
We've been-
these things eat. They eat.
All things
There's a
eat.
brain and a beak. What more could a creature do with a brain and a beak but eat?
We check the crevices, and I'll even, Mitz, can you go swim down there, and do you see anything?
I'm always the one that has to get wet. Takes off his boots and off his pants and strips down and starts to wade into the water and gets pretty deep in there and comes back out a few minutes later and goes, there's a really, really big passageway in here. I have no idea where it goes.
Does it
Oh,
come out of
shit.
the water? Or is it just through the water?
I don't understand the difference in that question. There's a passageway underwater.
It's underwater, so
Yeah.
it's not like the dragon where the dragon has like water here, you go through it and then come out, and then he
I didn't search that far. I just saw that there was a big passageway and I thought it would be best to
Yeah.
say something
Well,
right
who
away.
can hold their breath for the longest?
Probably me.
It's Constitution, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've got 14 con. What about
15.
you?
I've eaten enough food to not need to breathe for a day.
Oh, fantastic then. I mean, we found some rope. We can tie some rope together, tie it around Iron Grip, and have him go in and try and find out
Iron Grip
Ostigan
cannot
says,
actually
how
not
does
breathe
that
for a
rope
day.
help?
to pull him back in if he passes out.
If he passes out, is he not dead already?
Not particularly, no.
Do you not
Well,
die
he
when
has
you inhale
paws.
water?
Isn't that just like eating with your lungs?
Yes, it should not kill you.
yeah, but
I've
there's other
never
situations.
swam before.
Well, let's not send you then.
Would the rope not just get in the way of a person trying to move through the water?
Here, just let me do it. Cassian will take off his armor, leave his axe, because that will do him no help, and Cassian will jump down and, with a lightstone, swim.
Trollfraser will give him a dagger to hold in his teeth.
Yeah.
Plunging everybody else in the cave into perpetual darkness.
Yeah. They can all stand near each other, and if they need, well, should be a minute or two. Should be
Yeah,
fine.
it'll be fine.
Trollfraser is taking opportunity of the lack of light to like. He's like gleeful after winning, so he's going to sneak off into the darkness and try to sneak up on Matt to scare her.
Jesus.
Give me a stealth check at advantage.
Hold on. Boom.
12 versus her passive perception of... Ooh, 13. No. Your attempts to
Damn.
sneak up on her are foiled.
How does it go down?
Yeah, so I sneak off and I like a child. I'm like standing at the edge, like a child like standing beneath a curtain, but you can like see his feet. I'm like standing against the wall hiding, and then I start like slowly walking towards her to like sneak up on her.
Yeah, and at a certain point, she'll just lift her walking stick and sort of like kind of bop it behind her shoulder as like coming down between you and her behind her as like just a barrier of this, putting something between the two of you as you get close. You could still, reach out and grab her, but it's clear that she's aware that something is approaching from behind and that she's not that concerned about it, but is keeping some distance.
You
and
have
after
great
this,
awareness, Mutt.
she will light some of the candles that she carries and place them around the pool of water, providing a little bit of light for the rest of you. She has 10 candles and a tinderbox, and so she'll just scatter 10 candles along the coastline here.
What do you want, Koibu? Perception? Persuasion? Survival?
Let's see. You have no rope around you, right? So you're not being hindered by anything. It's not going to get caught on anything. You're just exploring where this cave, this wet cave goes.
Yeah.
What I want to know is how much risk you're willing to undertake.
Cassian's not willing to risk his life here for this, right?
Okay.
His first dive is probably going to be his best, so he's going to swim it pretty hard and see if he can find an out or an exit. But if it looks like it's just completely an underground cavern, he's not going to continue on perpetually.
Okay. I mean, creature can hold its breath for a number of turns equal to 1 plus its con modifier. And then we have said if you are active during that period of time, that duration is cut in half, I believe.
Does toughness give him an extra 1 for that?
No. Right, suffocating, anytime... Okay, so what's your con mod?
It's going to be 2.
So you can hold your breath for 3 minutes, so a minute and a half, so you can dive down for 30 seconds and then come back out. And that'll be well within your breath holding range with absolutely no risk.
What do I do if I stay a round longer? How much damage is it, or are you just done?
I think you just fucking die. Yeah, if you cannot breathe, you die, right?
Yeah.
Oh, when a creature runs out of breath or is choking, it can survive for a number of rounds equal to its con mod, again divided by 2 if you're exerting yourself. I don't know. We'd get to it's going to be dangerous, right? This is a save or die effect.
Rounds are 6 seconds, and you can move 60 feet in a round, so you can do quite a lot in 45 seconds.
2 minutes
so
of
give me
going, minute and a half.
give me a perception check then, buddy old pal.
Any bonuses for having a light stone? Anything like that?
No. Without the light stone, you would have no ability to make a perception check whatsoever.
Oh,
yeah.
Fuck.
You dive in. You see the tunnel that he's talking about, and you start to swim through it. But in an attempt to make sure you don't just die in the water alone after fighting all these monsters, you get to a point where you feel like you should turn back, and so you do turn back. And all you've really seen is that the shaft doesn't drop down in the water. It's more of a gentle slope and then forward going this direction. So it dips down a little bit and it goes that way.
As I'm turning back, another perception check on. I'm gonna be looking if there's any giant hand scrapings on the wall or anything like that.
Yeah.
Because then that would tell me if the giants are actually traveling this path.
Yeah. Give me another perception check.
19.
Yeah, actually, as you can see down the tunnel a little bit, but you can't see anything of importance down there by the time you decide to turn back. But as you're swimming back out of the pool, you will notice that there is a giant javelin head that must have broken off or fallen off or been dropped out of a pocket or something, just resting in the tunnel at the bottom of this pool here, giving pretty half-decent evidence to the notion that maybe a giant or an ogre or a cyclops has come through this area once upon a time.
Have we found where the ogres and they were sleeping? Have we found any evidence of...
Well, you found a bunch of food and broken supplies and casks and wine and like bones in this area. And it also includes like some blankets and some sections of sail. So this could be where they were sleeping.
Because they also could have just dropped the head of a javelin into the water, right?
Possible.
I suppose.
Cassian will appear out of the water. I think this is a path that the giants were taking. He's out of breath. I couldn't get a good look at it because I was afraid that if I didn't turn around, there would be no other water, or there'd be no air. But if the giants are taking it, they probably can't hold their breath too much longer than I can.
Aren't the giants much larger than you with higher con scores? Probably couldn't they swim faster than you? It says,
Can a giant
Ethan.
move faster than a man? Do they move 60 or do they move 30 as well?
And they made 50, didn't they?
I'm not
Ogres have a move speed of 40. Cyclops has a move speed of 60.
Iron Grip. Didn't you have
Yes.
a fish at some point instead of a bird?
You're correct. I
Only
would
go
have to
100
recast
feet.
Find Familiar, unfortunately.
Does anybody
I'll
have
do that.
any? Does anybody have any water breathing spells?
I've used all my spells.
We would need a long rest.
Although, hang on.
Didn't we have a potion of water breathing?
No. Potion of invisibility, potion of poison resistance. Potions.
I mean, I could do water walk as a ritual, but it doesn't really.
Could you send your piranha through?
I'd have to recast Find Familiar. If we want to do that, that's fine. But it means you wouldn't have. I would have to recast for a piranha, and then if we want a bird again, I'd have to. So I'd use 2 of my remaining 3 Find Familiars.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good idea. I mean, it does kind of solve the problem. But wait, hang on. We might be. Do you feel like it's more than 100 feet away from the edge of
I
the
don't think
water?
my character has any idea.
With that bad perception check.
Well,
know?
yeah, but he swam around down there for a while. He might have an idea. Like, there's no way 100 feet's going to get us to the end. 'Cause it depends how far he did swim. Because it might be that we can just dismiss the familiar idea out of hand.
I probably swam further than 100 feet, right, Neil?
Yeah, because it's 30 feet to the wall,
Yeah.
and then it goes more than 70 feet that way for sure.
Mm-hmm. If I went down, I could probably swim down to the entrance pretty easily. Wait, so he went more than 100 feet through the tunnel?
It's hard to tell. The tunnel went further though, so if you were standing on dry land, you would not be able to. Your familiar would not be able to get to the end because Cassian didn't even see what the end would have been like.
Sorry, my voice isn't coming through. So let's say I was treading water, treading water, and I set the piranha down. It would probably get further than Cassian.
Hard to know. You know, there's a dearth of information here.
I'll simply say to the party, I have no problem casting the piranha spell, but it is a matter of resources. We have only 3 casts of that spell left.
Just again, remind me, when we get to the end of this river and we get to the swamp, are we in, like, is there a town between here and Blup, or are we going to have to battle our way through the swamp to get to Blup?
Battle is unlikely. Stay in the boat, don't fall out. You should be fine.
Should be fine. Okay, well,
I'm
maybe
gonna
it's
bring-
worth it then.
I'm gonna bring
I mean,
Drollbrazer in
that's
with
what
me
we
this
tried on our
time.
way through here.
Drollbrazer, can you help me see if you can find an air pocket in these stalactites? I kind of point up. Should be in the same in the cavern. Maybe we can find somewhere I can get a little bit of breath halfway through.
Sure, Drollbrazer will strip down and
Going together with
reveal
one lightstone.
his scarred hobgoblin body.
Scarred
Can
with like whips or fire.
Arena wounds and lots of. He also has some scarification. There's like patterns on his body.
Is this, I mean, tell me if this is stupid, is filling a water skin with air and taking it down with you for an extra breath? Is that a
That is
thing?
not stupid.
Is that a thing that can exist, or would it immediately fill with water as soon as you opened it and therefore be unable to take a breath?
Definitely not a thing in real life, right?
Yeah, I
If
don't
it
think
can-
so.
If it can seal water from air, surely it should be able to seal air from water.
Yeah, but I
Yes.
mean, like, as
Pressures are
soon as you open it, before you can get your mouth over it, will it not just
Well,
instantly
you
fill with
could-
water?
What if you have your mouth to it?
But like,
I think the bigger problem is that
volume, average breath.
it's gonna fuck up your buoyancy. It's gonna make it awkward to swim because now you're you're holding onto a bag that is pulling you. You're not just like able to swim casually, and you might be able to get a breath out of it, but that doesn't like you're not gonna be able to carry a bunch of these things.
Yep.
Yeah, but a
Yeah.
breath doubles your abilities to stay down there.
Let's try the air pocket to see if we can find one.
An average human breath is half a liter, so that would fit into
In a water skin.
Yeah. Can you do this in real life?
I don't know. I feel like I've never seen anyone do it or heard of anyone doing that, so it makes me
You
think
would
that
have
it
to
can't.
You would have to pop the cork into your mouth. Have a really good seal around the lip of the water skin.
Yeah, that would work. Yeah.
I think there's just enough room for this to go wrong that it's generally that
Yes.
Not used.
no one's done it. I've never heard of anyone trying something like this.
It's something you would see in a Hollywood movie or an action D&D campaign.
Oh, yeah.
Are we able to check for an air pocket before we try this?
Yeah, so you can dive down and kind of look around with the light stone, and you will see that on the ceiling in the cave there are like little tiny air pockets, but when you go to explore them, it feels like it's probably just the bubbles that have been left by whoever has been diving through here before, and they're like scattered across. There's not like a nice fat air pocket, but there's like, you know, here is a bubble that has been sitting here against the cave and the water for, you know, unknown amount of time. So
Probably
there's not
that
like,
full of
All of these?
oxygen either.
Yeah.
yeah, they're already semi-depleted, and there's going to be lots of little ones, and you would probably suffocate trying to go from little pocket to little pocket.
Can I summon my raven underground during one of my turns as far down the tunnel as I can?
You mean your piranha or raven? Your raven?
Well, we haven't made the piranha yet, did
Yeah,
we?
I was just making sure.
You want to
no,
summon
we
the
can't.
raven in the water?
Yes, and then I'm exactly the next turn I'm going to desummon him. Because I think dismissing him is a bonus action. So basically I'm using him to see if I can see the surface of the water above. As far
Nice.
let me cast Find Familiar real quick for you. Or
Put it
link
in
the
the chat.
spell.
Yeah, it's an action to dismiss, it's an action to summon, so it's not a problem.
You only got a range of 10 feet though, so you can only cast it 10 feet away from you.
Bummer.
Oh no, wait, but that's the casting of the spell. That
That's
might
the
not be
casting.
the summoning of it.
I can summon him 30 feet down. So however far we
Mm.
get, I can get
Yeah.
him to look another 30 feet. And if there's light, maybe he sees it. And then I'll
mean-
immediately desummon him.
A bird
There is
can,
no
can
light.
bird- Can ravens swim?
Well, whatever happens, the raven is summoned into existence. It can at least hold its breath for 6 seconds at the very minimum. And you close your eyes, you see through it, you see just kind of awkwardness. It doesn't really, there's no additional information that the raven gives you. And then you dismiss it. And the party can surface again. So now no one's pushed themselves to any risky situations. The length of the tunnel is unknown. If ogres or giants have been crawling through it, then they can definitely make more distance on a single breath than anyone in the party can.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, swimming into a depth or a length that is unknown is going to be a
Risky. Yeah.
what
Yeah,
distance
tough
can you
game.
make? You can either make it or not, and if you cannot make it, you die, and there's no.
What are we
turning
likely to
back.
find? Like, really? There's not going to be a magic item, is there? Because the ogres would have had it. But the Cyclops would
Depends
have
on
the
the
magic
magic
item.
item, no?
Well, let's theorize. What could the Cyclops have down there that he wouldn't
Crystal ball.
have
The
brought?
whole Cyclops civilization, his stash.
You think a
Was the
Cyclops gonna
cave
have a
big
crystal
enough
ball?
for a
Cyclops
Cyclops to
doesn't-
fit?
Mm-hmm. It could be
I'm of the view that
anything.
this isn't worth it.
Yeah.
But
It is a distraction
The
from our
issue
main
is it's
objective.
out of character. I'll never know what was in here. It'll piss me off.
the thing is, the giants the ogre can obviously make the swim without any risk at all. So I think if you take a little bit of risk, you can probably make it through.
I think so.
So it sounds
gonna
like
grab-
Steermere is going to take the risks.
No.
Because
I
Stemir
think-
doesn't think it's worth it.
Ah,
I think we should let the piranha do it.
Okay,
The
I
piranha
cast
can't
Find
get as far
Familiar.
as me, but yeah.
No,
we can
but it's
try
only
it. I think
100
that's a good
feet.
idea.
I'm going to swim down with the piranha and send it ahead of me.
He won't be struggling, so he can stay longer.
mhm.
Okay.
I cast Find Familiar. We lose a Find Familiar cast. We're down to 2 more casts of that spell. I create a piranha, and It is it's Quipper specifically. The Quipper stat block. Let me pull that up.
There's no way to do the upside down boat thing, right?
No, the upside down boat thing is a lie.
Is it
The
myth?
buoyancy would pull it directly to the surface, and you would never
Thank
be
you.
able to pull it down with
Just
you.
want to make sure.
Yeah.
Well, you could, if you had like a small airtight box, like a very small box.
You would need the correct amount of counterbalances of weights to prevent it from like floating upward. It would be more hassle
We have
than
that
it would be
and rope
worth.
here.
Building a submarine is really hard.
All right. What does he see with the piranha?
Well played.
Yes.
The piranha has dark vision 60 foot, passive perception 8, and
Mhm.
it has 40 feet of swim speed, and it can go 100 feet away from me. If any of that
Yeah.
helps.
So the piranha can see that you get maybe, like 80 feet down the tunnel, 60, 80 feet down the tunnel. The piranha gets another 100 feet beyond that, and then it can see another 60 feet beyond that. And somewhere near the edge of its vision, you can tell that there is a surface, that the water path ends. You can't see what's beyond it. There's not like light streaming in and things visible. But there is a surface. Now maybe the cave just goes back and there's like a slightly raised area with like a small water pocket, but it's otherwise a dead end.
But there is
Maybe it's
air.
a whole nother cave there. Maybe there's enough air that you could breathe. Maybe there's not enough air that you could breathe. Maybe it's poison. There's no way of knowing what is down here, but there is an end to the tunnel. And it does look like there's a difference between water and some sort of gas there. But for all you know, it could be poisonous, it could be depleted of
Okay.
oxygen.
So we're saying it's about 170 feet away. Is that what we're saying?
It's something like
More or
that.
less.
Down the tunnel, right? But you still have to dive down into the tunnel and swim forward. And, it's...
And how far can you swim it around?
I think
If you
we're
dash.
going to say that man, the dash swim, I hate the dash swim and the dash climb.
Okay,
I
maybe
hate
you
them
can't
with
then,
the
yeah. Fuck that.
passion of 1,000 tons. So you can do like 15
Well,
feet per round.
Can a rogue dash swim?
No.
Okay.
Maybe.
Let's say someone
I
who
don't
is
know.
a sailor, maybe. You would have to spec into this somehow.
I mean, I am a sailor, so maybe I am
Oh, okay,
best
actually,
place
yeah.
to do it.
So, you think, judging by what everyone said, you could probably make that distance in 2 minutes.
And I've also got +2 con modifier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're on the
We wouldn't
You
be able
could-
to bring our armor with us.
Right.
correct.
No.
You have to go naked.
Do you want to go with me, Steermere?
Wait, Iron Grip will say I could swim halfway and have my piranha jump out of the water at the other end to see if the gas is breathable.
What else could it be?
Piranha, no?
How would your
Um,
piranha know if the gas was breathable? It can't
takes
breathe
damage?
outside of
I
water.
guess, yeah, no.
Well, like it would leap into the air, and if it immediately takes poison damage, we'll know that it's like poisonous gas.
I guess
No?
there's no reason to not to check if it's poisonous gas there.
I mean, in theory, there is lava around here, so it could be a buildup of carbon monoxide or something like that.
But I don't think
Not that we
know.
would know that
Yeah,
though.
no,
Yeah,
we wouldn't
so-
know that, yeah.
Well, but you understand that miners, people who dig in the earth, do run into pockets of poison gas. And you don't know what it
Do
is,
we?
but
Okay.
they will suffocate. This is an old problem with mines, that every now and then a rift opens or something happens, and then
That's why I bring a cannery.
the miners just
Yeah.
die. Yeah.
Iron
Well-
Grip thinks going into the tunnel is stupid. That is Iron Grip's position. Iron Grip will put his armor back on.
I don't think it's stupid. I think it's not worth it. If Cassian really, really wants to explore it, then I think Sturmir will offer to go in place of Cassian.
I don't think it's worth it. I think we're already.
I think the Cyclops had something, Steermere. I will go with you.
There's no
If you
point
really
in
wanna
both
go
risking
alone, you
it,
can.
Cassian. There's no point in both risking it.
I can hold my breath for 4 minutes, Iron Grip says, takes his armor back off and dives in and starts swimming. I have the piranha going ahead of me.
Okay.
Okay.
I shrug at Cassian as he jumps in.
Cypher
Iron
will-
Grip got really tired of this conversation. I'm swimming, and I'm doing it determinedly. He's going one way.
Your Quipper swims before you.
I got no way to get him out. other
No,
than-
he's on his own. You get, your Quipper's well ahead of you. You're making progress down this tunnel. It sees that like surface area, and you send your Quipper leaping out into the surface. That was a question.
Yes.
It
I
flops
try to-
onto the air. It lands on the ground, kind of doing the dying fish thing.
Well, I wanted to like get a good run and up out of the water,
Oh, yeah.
and I wanted to see the room. What does it see?
What does he see? Perception check?
Yeah, give me a
has
perception
dark
check.
vision.
But
60
still,
foot
it's
dark
a
vision.
fish. It's seeing in air instead of water. It's a mess. It's dying.
Air has a similar refractive index as
What was it?
I'm just saying that a
Okay.
creature designed to see in water may not see as well in air. That's all I'm saying.
all right.
Just give me a
but it's-
How
perception
dare
check.
you?
Was it plus
You want
8? or
my
what was it?
wait? I think does it use my perception or its own?
No.
Well, you've been rolling the Raven's
Been
perception
rolling
this
the
far.
Ravens, yeah.
Okay, I'll use the Quippers. It has -2 wisdom, so that would be
D20 -2.
Jesus.
Just roll well.
11.
It's fine.
Okay.
I'm gonna DM you on Discord what you see.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Boo.
Fucking DM me. Give me the secret intel.
He's DMing you because you're not going to be able to talk to us anymore after this.
Do you continue?
With hunger and lust in his heart, I continue.
Fuck. I should have went.
Excellent.
Do I
I
see
think-
literally? Is that the only thing I see?
Well, that's what the fish sees when it plops out. But you can get to the end on your own. I think you dismiss the fish after a moment, probably. You're not gonna let it.
Yep.
You're not gonna let your familiar suffer, right?
I would let it flop around. It's a magical creature. It's not real. I would let it flop around to see if anything happens to it.
Yes. Something happens to it. Something
I immediately turn
approaches
around.
it. Okay. You turn around.
And leave. I leave. Yep.
Okay. All right. You can
I leave
emerge from the
immediately.
water.
What'd you see? Did you make it?
Baby ogres.
Baby ogres.
It's their children. And like you'll see in Iron Grip's face a hunger you've never seen before.
Why do you come back?
Something hit my fish.
Well, yeah, baby
Something
ogre.
big?
No, I don't know. But I want some baby back ribs.
We found out what they were hiding. It's of no interest to us. We should leave and continue our mission.
A baby ogre to raise as our own? Are you insane?
Drove Razor.
Are you?
A child of the maw?
Raises
Be
your
left
own?
alone with no children? With no parents?
We need to rest anyways. I agree with you, Cypher. I don't think there's any needless bloodshed that needs to be happening to these baby ogres.
Mhm,
Say
They're
we can't-
fucked anyway.
Yeah. I say we
They'll
camp here
starve.
for the night. We leave it tomorrow.
We can't leave children of the maw defenseless.
Do you want to
Little-
eat them, or do you want to help them?
Both
As you've said,
are
the
the
little
same
creatures in the
action.
ground will eat them. The maw will still get its fill.
But I'm an agent of the maw. I hunger also.
You know, I think there's more of those brain things around here. I reckon those ogres are done for. Without the Cyclops to protect them,
Old man,
brains will get them in the end.
do you have
What?
sheep in your homeland?
Yes, Hobgoblin.
Are not the baby sheep the most succulent? The lambs of the fresh season?
Yes, that is true. But it's not true with all animals. We don't eat baby pigs.
You don't? He
Not
says that
really.
with sincere confusion. You've never had a suckling pig on a skewer?
Okay, well maybe I have, but it's not typically what we do. You know, usually we fatten them up.
It's like peeling delicious flesh from crispy crackling. It's all the best parts in one. The bones crunch in your mouth. like
Exactly.
candy.
And if we get back on our boat and sail to Blup, we could be eating roast pig in a matter of days.
Mott
Instead
steps
of
forward.
dying.
We are not
Matt.
killing babies.
And eating them then, as well.
Correct, Mott. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Jawraiser looks really crestfallen.
Cypher says something in Hobgoblin to Drellraiser that I have DM'd you.
Okay. Jawraiser looks incredibly crestfallen and like looks longingly at the tunnel and the water, and then slowly starts to put his clothes back on. Please
Thank you,
make a map
Drellraiser,
for this
checking it.
location.
Can we rest
We can rest.
before heading on?
Yeah.
Or maybe we should just head on, actually, I suppose. Do we need to short rest? Or how far? Like, it's probably only been like an hour since we got up, hasn't
Yeah,
it?
I guess we
Yeah.
don't need.
Yeah, we should
just
carry
go.
on.
Agreed.
Okay. Back to the map. Back to the journey. It is many days yet through the Badlands. What are our resources like? Does anyone have any spells remaining?
No.
Do we get a a short rest? How many short rests do we have? That'll tell you what our resources are.
Excellent. Well, I just wanted to know for the day, can I
I
get
have 2
ahead.
level 1s and 1 level 2.
right?
Well,
Well,
day you want a D100?
I want a D100 for the day.
Write down.
It is a
the medal, yeah.
fine day. Okay. There it is. Oh, right. And our calendar.
I just don't think they'd keep the treasure in the fucking baby's room. Lads.
I'm just saying, if we had got a baby ogre and one of us dies, one of us could have played an ogre. That's all I'm saying. Ogre, I think, is ogre a race you can play?
I've
Why
played
not?
ogre.
Listen, that's my out of character argument for going back into that cave and kidnapping a baby ogre.
I just think that there would be like 1 or 2 more big ogres in there, actually.
We got it.
I just also think that in character, everything here makes sense. The only reason we would think that there's treasure in there is because of
Agreed.
metagaming, right?
I don't think
It's
there's
like,
no-
why would
outside of
ogres even have treasure? Like,
They
where
live
have
think
they got
the
treasure?
shiny
Cyclops
things.
was
They're
just-
like crows. They love.
Yeah,
shiny
but they're in
things.
the middle of the fucking Badlands. Like, what treasure have they got?
I think the Cyclops just had like a family that he was like protecting and raising, and that was.
Well, these are baby
their
ogres,
house.
not baby cyclops.
I know. I just think the Cyclops was like in control of this group.
Yeah, so I
And
just don't
left his
think.
treasure with the baby ogres?
No, I don't think there is a treasure.
Yeah, I don't think there's any
The
treasure.
baby ogres are the treasure, dude. You're not thinking
Yeah.
with your stomachs. Listen, it's
so-
a once in a lifetime opportunity to create a non-evil ogre in Neil's world.
We had an ogre. We had an ogre player character in Tides of Death. Remember? Moot played
yeah,
one.
That was me.
But we get to create him. You know what I mean? We
Yeah,
get to mold him.
but we're not going to play this campaign for the next 30 years in game, so
Yeah.
that's not going to happen. You're just going to carry around a baby ogre that makes your life hard until the campaign.
But we
ends.
could set him up for a future campaign in this world.
Yeah, maybe.
10
Chance.
days pass of Badlands exploration before
Oh,
there is
so-
an encounter.
The wizard gets all of their spells back, whilst I sit with nothing. I get my
Pick a
channel
different
ability
class.
back without a spell to
Dumb
use.
fuck.
Yeah.
Should have chosen a different class.
Yeah.
I do
easy.
believe in this time everyone will have gotten back to full HP by expending hit dice and also still be at full hit dice.
But Nick still has 2 failed death saves.
Yeah.
Yes, a long
Alright,
rest
spells.
is needed.
Oh yeah.
How many short rests do we get?
10,
10.
11, 10. Yeah.
Oh, dude, I am.
I know,
Spells are
you're
good.
literally back to... It's like, one thing I think you want to consider, Neil, is your long rest variant rules buff wizards relative to other spellcasters quite a lot.
Do they?
Yeah, because the short rest arcane recovery is a lot more powerful when you're not getting a long rest very often.
I did nerf my wizard by taking none of the good spells.
Yeah, sure. I'm just saying that it's an unintended consequence of the variant
In
rest
the
rules, I think.
situation where you're traveling for a long time with no long rests, then wizards do become more powerful. But I think a like 2-week journey of short rests and no long rest is a relatively rare thing.
Okay.
But yeah.
By the way, I don't get relentless endurance back until a long rest. Is there any way for me to denote that I've used this and don't have it available?
Just
in
use
case,
that
you know,
great brain of
in
yours
session?
and remember.
All right. it's
Wait,
not
wait.
bad.
On the main page of your character sheets, do you not have something like under characteristics? That's where I've got my channel divinity and my Wrath of the Storm.
Oh yeah, you've got those little
Characteristics.
things. Yeah.
I think they're like customizable trackers that you can use.
Anyway, while we're sorting that out, Nick, will you roll me a
Oh, yeah.
D20?
Yeah.
Let's
Oh.
go.
Yeah. And would you roll me another D20, Nick?
Oh, now it's gonna be a 1. Okay,
That's all right.
It's good.
Oh,
Middle
no,
of the
you guys are
road.
Cool.
that's good.
No, it's great. You see some Zorn one day.
Wow.
And Ostigan will point them out to you and tell you about them. And Ethan can tell you a little bit more if you would like. Zorn are these weird tripod-like earth elemental creatures. They've got like 3 arms and 3 legs and 3 eyes and a mouth in between them all and sharp teeth. And they can like move through stone as if they were walking just across the land. But you're in a boat. And
Yeah.
so you're
We've
safe.
got no reason to mess around with them.
Yeah, unless you wanted to hop off your boat and go attack a Zorn. There's
Nope.
Nope.
No, thank you.
What is a Zorn? Does it look tasty?
It's an earth elemental. It's not very tasty.
It's literally made of rocks.
But powdered, it could be a seasoning.
We continue
could-
on.
We continue on.
Drollraiser will argue that this could be of a great culinary benefit.
I'll
to
ask
the different
Drollraiser a
powder.
question on our 10-day journey. Drollraiser, where is the maw if not in the sky with the other gods? Do you think they live down here?
Of course. The ball wouldn't live in the sky, it would eat it. And in fact, at the end of time, the maw will open up and swallow the sky, including all the gods. The stars will go dark, and all of creation will go cold as it consumes all of the life force in the universe.
Oh wow, it's like entropy, guys.
Hell yeah.
He gets real quiet on the boat.
The rest of the
Oh.
boat journey. Oh, go ahead.
This is a good fate. Peace.
Along the journey, Cypher will sometimes make conversation with Cassian, about battle techniques, mentioning ones that he's used, and all very much like technical talk and review. But as she does so, she will always like drop like little compliments to his fighting style here and there, and how she thinks that hit was really good, and the way he swings that, and blah blah blah. But also, it's for the most part, it just sounds like she's doing battle talk. How does Cassian handle these conversations?
At the start, Cassian will be a little gruff, but then eventually he'll kind of get over the fact that you ignored him and killed the ogre, and do pretty much extensively just battle talk with you. I don't think he picks up on it all anything else. He's just very like, oh yes, we can talk about how we would fight in the next battle. Like, this is a good change of pace versus his old allies who did nothing.
Do Sturmir and Iron Grip notice this exchange between these two characters, that they seem to be kind of
Small boat.
chatting intimately?
It's
Yeah.
a small boat.
It makes my, racist uncle hairs stand on end, and I feel uncomfortable about it. I can't really put it into words as to why I feel uncomfortable about it, but I do.
Iron Grip will lean over to Sturmir and said, perhaps a quarter orc could be on the cards.
Oh, God, I hope not. Nobody
not?
wants to imagine that.
It would look as human as you, but have the power of orcs.
Maybe. Or maybe it would be an abomination, despised by all the gods, old and new.
Well, humans are an abomination. They're the only creatures on this earth made of strange, weak flesh. Look at my skin. And Drollraiser will hold out his arm, and his skin is thick like leather.
Look around you, Joel Fraser. The hobgoblins are on the fringes of society. Humans control this world.
Drawraiser will scoff and say, "Ha, you've only seen this part of the world."
I'm not actually. I'm from a totally different part of the world. Hobgoblins here, you seem a lot more reasonable. The ones back home are feral.
No, they're feral here too. They're not reasonable at all. I should know. I grew up with them.
What do you expect when you build your whole society around eating one another?
Whoa. We are the civilized ones. The uncivilized ones, they just like fighting. We enjoy the culinary pursuits of the world. In fact, there is a great legend of a restaurant that great beasts were hunted for. It was staffed exclusively by children of the Maw.
Sounds like your kind of place. Doesn't sound like it's for my kind of tastes.
Yeah, Drawraiser will sit back when you say that and say, "Yeah, it did," and he'll like think longingly of the great restaurant that feasted upon beasts.
Yeah.
What a wonderful time. Well, you travel along the desert. The Badlands twist and wind, and soon the canyons around you grow until you're in just like, you're on the river. The river has gotten wider again. It's no longer these like little narrow channels. Now it's maybe like 400 feet across. It doesn't look like it's too deep, and there's maybe like 30 feet at best on any given stretch of gentle land, and then like towering cliffs that reach up 30, 40, 50, 60 feet, depending on where you go. And as you go deeper and deeper into the Badlands, those cliffs get shallower and shallower and shallower as you slowly wind your way uphill through the river. Eventually, in September, I'm sorry, we pass all the way through September. In October, you begin to pass out of the Badlands. You leave the broken, crusted terrain behind.
For context, how long have we been on this boat for now?
You've been 7 days from the arch to the cave, and then 14 days from the cave to the Everglades. So it's been 3 weeks.
3 weeks in a tiny boat, sleeping in a tiny hut.
Yeah, plus
on the night
this
of no
journey,
moon,
so a little bit
Drawraiser
more.
refuses to travel.
On the night of no moon, Drawraiser refuses to travel.
Yeah, it's the night of the long darkness. If you travel on this night, you're likely to be attacked by the spirit world. So he
Interestingly,
just straight up refuses.
Interestingly enough, that coincides with a holiday that our two original characters might be familiar with, because October 1st is the day that Astaire begins his rise into the world, and it is known as Repentance Day. It is a day to seek atonement for the wrongs that you've done. And often at times it's met under good King Arnold. Repentance Day was always a day to like, what do you call it when you pardon? It was a day to pardon or commute the sentences of prisoners who seem particularly,
I will offer essentially like confession to the group then on this day. I think Cassian probably knows what I'm doing. I think it's maybe a thing that clerics do on this day. So I'll do it for Cassian first. Just let him confess any sins to me, and I'll absolve him. And then I'll offer it to the rest of the group, and I'll say, we have a holiday back home. This is the day we celebrate Astaire's ascension, and it's a time for atonement and making right the wrongs of the past. If any of you have sins that you would like to confess, I will hear them, and in the name of Astaire, atone for you.
Drawraiser completely misinterprets what this religious holiday is and starts listing off all the ways people have wronged him. Just starts like...
Well, that's very interesting, Drawraiser, but unless they're here, I cannot atone their sins, only yours.
I think Cassian
okay.
will confess cowardice in the the first episode. When they were on the boat and the boat was starting to sink, Cassian went for his greatsword rather than helping others. So I think that is his confession and something that he regrets.
I listened to that, and I'll say it was a difficult time for all of us. There were no right decisions. You are forgiven.
After looking into the distance for a while and like trying to speak up a bit and then not speaking up and then speaking up again, Cypher will say, I suppose I do have a story to share.
Then you can share with the group, Cypher, or if you prefer to just share with me privately, that's also fine.
Yeah, Cassian did his private.
Is there privacy on the boat?
I think
There are
we're parked for the night
whispers?
because
Oh.
Yeah, it's-
Rolf Razor refuses to travel, and I
Oh, yeah.
think it's a nice day to do some festivities.
So we can walk off a little bit if you want.
Yeah, sounds good. This was much before I met Drolv Razor or Julia. We were out with my group, with my horde, in the steppes, as we were for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And I was out scouting the lands for others and for hunting. It was my job that day. And I stumbled across a man who had gotten hurt, badly wounded. And they were on the ground and they were bleeding out. And the rule that we had back in the Horde was that before helping others and before taking action, we would consult with the group, make sure that they agreed. You have to understand those were different times out there, and it was quite harsh. And if you saw someone who was in trouble, there was a very good chance that they were playing a trick on you.
Mm-hmm.
But this man was so close to death. And for some reason, the way his eyes looked at me, they were such deep green, and I just couldn't turn away. So I picked him up and carried him through the steppe back to the group. And as I laid him down next to our campfire, he vanished. The very next day, that spot where we were camping, our group was attacked. Half of us were killed, and the others were taken hostage.
That is.
Never told this to anyone, but there's no doubt in my mind that had I not helped this man, we might still be out there and most of us would still be alive.
It's a harrowing tale, Cypher. You may have the strength of an orc, but you have the heart of a human. And whilst Astaire does want us to follow the rules of our tribe, it's also important that we follow our nature. And I don't think that you should feel ashamed for having empathy for a fellow human. And you are forgiven, and Astaire forgives you.
It means a lot, old man.
Mm-hmm.
Even if I might not feel the same way.
Astaire and I, we see you for who you really are, Cypher. A good person, orc or not.
She will quietly sit on that, and I think we'll walk back.
Yeah. That story didn't go where Sturmir thought it was going to go. And it was actually, the last bit was a bit of a shock. But I think he manages to put aside his innate feelings of hatred for not hatred, but a distrust of the monster races and gives some good advice there and helps hopefully give Cypher some peace and spirit with the holiday.
Ostigan,
Alright.
on this day, will also share a story with you.
Mm-hmm.
I often work as a guide through the Badlands.
Of course.
There have been times where money has been hard. I have not always been able to make ends meet well. One time, I'm broke. I owe bad people lots of money. There's a group of heroes. They want to go to Blup. I'm in Belwind. So I say, sure, follow me, I guide you through desert. Price, 2 gold per day to Blub. They say sure. Me, I'm broke. My debts are very large. If I leave town for too long, people I owe money to, they come from my family. It's not good. I have no time to go to Blub. So, take them to Badlands. I take them away from river. Take them through winding passages. Find a good cave. Then I say, here, give me water skins. I go to secret water hole. I bring back water. I take all their skins. I leave. I come back 3 days later. I take their money. I take the stuff off their bodies. And I go back to Belwind.
That is, it's a difficult story to hear, Ostgen. Not least given our current circumstances here.
I know cheat you. But life is better now. Life is easier now. But one day, I kill 4 heroes by deception.
You may find it hard to believe, but many, many good men have done many, many terrible things. And in my role as a priest on days like this, I've forgiven people for far worse than that. Bad act done in times of desperation to preserve one's family. That's just human nature. And whilst, yes, you should feel guilt for that, and you should come to terms with it in your own mind, and perhaps spend some time praying at the temple back in the city, you shouldn't let it control your life, and you should allow yourself to move past it. I forgive you. Astaire forgives you.
No, he does not. When I get back to Belwind, my family is dead. Message written for me in-house in their blood. I pay for my crimes. I still
And
live.
you think this is the work of Astaire?
This is Velmontarius? This is justice?
Perhaps vengeance.
Hmm.
But the
It's
gods
bad.
have better things to do than interfere directly in the lives of, no offense, commoners.
He shrugs. This is my albatross.
Well, perhaps you shouldn't wear it around your neck.
I think the day continues in awkward, uncomfortable silence as people share their darknesses.
Yeah.
But on
Charles
Sunday,
doesn't see a reason to be repentant for the things that he's done, because he sees them as like, these were good things he did. So he tells his crimes proudly.
Yeah. But you're not particularly looking for atonement, are you? So.
No.
It's
Anyway,
not
that's the
quite
end of the day.
same.
Yeah.
Stamia thinks on Ostigan's story and is quite troubled by it. Because despite saying nice words to him, that is pretty harrowing. Like, much worse than Cypher's
He's a
story.
monster.
Yeah, and like the morality of that is fucked.
that was an encounter that was waiting for you in Belwind if you had decided to walk through the Badlands on foot. There was
Oh, really?
an option for that to be the sort of person you find that would lead you.
Oh.
Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
7 days later, we make it to the Everglades. There's still the tall cliff of Voden on your east, but the western slopes just fade to mountains, and soon there are trees, and the water loses its like impossibly dark colors, and you hear like birds, and within a couple of hours of breaking free from like there's almost a hard line where the Badlands are and the Everglades are, you find yourself in a warm, a humid, swampy, jungly mess where water just extends in all directions, and there's like mangrove forests over here that almost make a wall, but you can see that's just water between it, and then over there's like different channels that go places, and there's like a large creature whose fins come out of the water, and then it slips back down, and Ostigan points it out and goes, eel. And you find yourself transported from one environment to a wildly different environment very, very fast. Place
Seymour doesn't
is-
share with Cassian or anything, Ostigan's stuff, right?
Not while we're on the boat.
Okay.
I think I might share it
One day.
later on. Yeah. The jellyfish, Neil, do they stop at the line where the Badlands stops, or do they frequent the swamp a little bit as well?
No, the jellyfish stop actually well before the Everglades.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Well, here you
So-
are in the Everglades. Your guide will tell you that it's about 23 miles to Blup. It'll take maybe 2 days to get there, since you have to kind of go slowly, and it's not a straight shot. You have to go around these things. There may not be a good land place, depending on how much things have grown and how much things have been destroyed. Ostigan will tell you that the swamp is home to many things, and even though the terrain looks pretty stable, you can come around an area and find that like trees have been ripped up or have just walked away, and there's land to rest. Or you might find that land that you once stopped at is now completely blocked off by new growth, or has been sunk into the ground, or is the home to a very large, angry-looking frog. And so you may or may not get a spot of rest before you get to Blup. We might have to sleep on the boat.
Understood.
I think with that, we should go to our next break. And we'll come back on the other side
Wait,
for
hang
our
on, hang
last
on.
segment.
Are we ending in 17 minutes to do the long after show?
My math is way off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there's no
Hey,
point to
just
the
heads
break.
up. After this episode, which will end in 17 minutes, we're going to keep the stream on, and we're going to do a long after show for everybody. So people who aren't patrons can see what they're missing out. We're also going to talk about our new campaign that's going to be happening after this campaign. So make sure to stay tuning in, because it won't be ending.
Well then, we have just enough time. Roll one encounter check.
All right.
Potato McWhiskey.
yeah.
Give me that D100, baby.
You want high or low, or does it matter?
It depends if you want an encounter or don't want an encounter.
I want
We
an
don't.
encounter. Let's go.
Then you want low.
53.
We're good.
Ah,
Nice.
fine.
To Blup we go for XP and a long
And a
rest.
long rest. Yeah.
Yes. To Blup we go. And we find the town of Blup. Let's see if I can just drop you on this map or not.
Do we still have Pax's body with us?
Should. Plaques, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah,
I think
Blup
Blup's destroyed.
is a
Crater.
town that looks like this. You have to zoom out to get a good picture of it.
Oh my god. Wait, is it tiny? Oh no, okay. Oh wow. Is it like built
Yeah.
into the swamp? It's like a floating kind of.
Well, most of the huts are on land masses, and then there are bridges that connect huts and islands to huts and islands.
Cool.
And it sort of sprawls out all over the place within the swamp. You're approaching from the bottom side of this map, coming up through this little passage here. And as you approach, you can see people walking around in the town of Blup. But something about them is immediately off. Everyone roll me a perception check to see which of our four heroes. The four of you are all in the front of the boat. Everyone else is in the back, so you guys have the best chance of noticing
We've got
something.
webbed feet.
Cassian. I think you're actually at the very front of the boat. This makes the most sense. These people are walking around like normal, but there's some sort of weird protrusion coming off of their head, like some sort of stalk or stem or
Oh,
antenna or
The fuck, Neil?
some sort of thing just kind of like protruding off of the top of their head, ending in like a little ball, maybe, a foot and a half above their head, like a little brown dusty ball.
Is this the last
Fashion
of
is
us?
very strange in this town.
What are they doing?
Nothing. They're just going about their days ordinarily. Some people wave at you. Some people are just doing their things, hauling in catches of fish. You know, it seems pretty ordinary here, aside
I'll call over
from.
to one of the sailors,
Sure.
I guess.
Wait, correct me if I'm wrong, Cassian. I don't recall Plax having one of these things on his head.
He didn't.
He wasn't living in Blup, however, was he?
Ostigan.
This might just be the fashion.
Ostigan, they usually like this here?
Shakes his head repeatedly.
Ethan.
When was
do
the
you
last
know
time you were
anything
here?
about this?
Ethan shakes his head. I half expected to find the city destroyed.
Why?
We've lost contact with our person here. I didn't think.
I do remember before we left. Didn't Lady Farseer mention something coming out of the swamp? Someone said that, right? My Iron Grip will look around, trying to remember.
Ethan says, there's always something coming out of the swamp.
Julia did mention that something was found, right? Someone.
Okay, Cassian, call over a sailor or something.
Well,
Yeah.
your boat is just pulling forward, right? Eventually, you're just going to make landfall in just a
Well,
few more
no.
feet. No?
We're not gonna hit the land.
You
As
stop
we're
the
coming up
boat.
on it.
You tell
we're
Ostigan
gonna
to, like,
turn.
stop the boat
I
here.
tell
Okay.
Ostigan to turn.
All right.
We're gonna kind of go around and see if we can see one of the sailors.
So let me bring our boat onto here.
Does it smell weird?
I mean, it smells like gross swamp.
Do any of the
Um,
animals have these things coming out of their heads? Any
There's not
crocodiles or frogs
really.
or birds?
No, none
Come
of the
on.
birds or frogs have them. You don't see many crocodiles, but you don't see any like animals hanging out with the people. There's not like a whole crew of pet cats lying around somewhere, you know.
Yeah, sure. But if it was like a fungus infection, you'd think it'd be everything.
Sure. So your boat is like coming up through this area when you begin to notice these things because there's a lot of trees and brush and you don't always have a great distant view. So when you get to about here is when you notice. Then everyone chatted for a little while, and I think the boat slowed to a stop somewhere over here while you're all chatting about what the hell this stuff could be.
Yeah. I'm
Um,
gonna have it turn and maybe if we can go to a sailor.
Yeah,
What sailors are
there's
you
somebody. There's not a lot of sailors here, but there's someone who is pulling in some crabs off of a trap right here. They've got a cage that they lower into the water, and then it fills with creatures, and they raise it. And so you could shout across
Yeah.
to
Is
the
it-
person.
oh, wait,
Are people
hang on a minute.
talking with each other amongst
Yeah.
themselves?
Yeah, seemingly.
And
Okay.
I mean, it's a
maybe the
small
question
area.
is-
There's not a shit ton of people. You don't have a great time to observe, but you do see someone like handing another person a fish and what appears to be conversation between them, but you can't overhear it because it's far enough away.
is no one noticing us? Is anyone like paying us
No,
attention?
someone has waved to you. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll call to the fisherman and say,
Mm-hmm.
what is that out of your head?
Excuse me?
Kind of shake. Ostigan,
What is
I don't
that
feel
thing?
Good about this place.
growing out the top of your head. I've not seen it before.
I'm sorry. Who are you?
Ostigan, take us out of here. Skip Blup.
I'm a cleric.
Ethan says, we can't skip Blup, but I'm here.
Then
Let
jump
me
off
out.
the boat, Ethan.
Pull me
Ethan,
up
you
to
don't wanna
shore.
get-
Let me get off here.
Are you
Wait.
serious?
Why are we skipping Blup? They're just wearing hats. What's wrong with you guys?
Ostigan, this is an order.
Ostigan says, Ostigan begins to just slowly turn the boat. He pulls out his poles. And
Wait,
begins to turn the
how
pole
far is the
around.
next town? Is there a village?
He shakes his head. No, not
How
until
far?
we are out of Blup. Then we are in plains. Then I do not know, but I'm sure you walk around plains, you find people or centaurs. There are lots of centaurs in plains. You fight
Cassian.
ogre, you can fight centaur. It's
Cassian,
fine.
maybe we should think about this. We're wounded. We're out of spells.
We should at least have a real conversation with these people. You guys started this conversation like a bunch of oafs, and then we're incredulous as to why they weren't responding properly. Let's go there,
Yeah.
properly introduce ourselves, and actually talk to them.
Were you
We're
raised
going
in the
to
wilds
group
without any
outside of
manners?
this, and then we'll have a conversation. Keep going, Ostigan.
Yeah, he will pull you through the water. He looks a little relieved. until you are outside of the, it's not really walls, but outside of the immediate zone of Blup, where you can no longer see any of the buildings and everything is blocked by reeds and plants and shrubs and mangrove trees.
Iron Grip will suggest blinding one of the villagers and kidnapping them if they really think there's something weird going on.
It's probably not a good idea.
I have the blindness spell. It should be fine.
I also don't think we should do that.
I think if we're going to stay here, we need to be on good terms with the locals. I think if we start abducting people, then we might as well just leave.
What's an abduction between two people?
They weren't immediately hostile
felony.
towards us. They were talking normally. They were talking normally with us. They reacted weirdly because you just started talking about what was on their head without even introducing yourself as a complete stranger in this village.
Okay, I appreciate.
My grandmother was
appreciate that,
abducted by
Cypher.
my grandfather, and she lived a long and happy life.
Why don't we let Ethan out? Now, Ethan, why don't you go and have a conversation and report back? We can pay you some gold for your services if you want a nickel and dime us.
I'll go with Ethan. These people seem nice.
What seems nice about them, Razor? These are the first people that you've not wanted to eat. That alone makes me worried. Like, you can sense that they're infected.
He didn't say he didn't want to eat them.
They don't
know, but he's
smell
not
like
mentioned.
food.
Well, exactly. That's my point. There's clearly something going on here.
Ethan,
If we, I'd
You
like
going?
to think, I'd like you to think about the impression that we're making here. We've already made a horrible first impression. It's not like these people will just. It's a village, and like they would probably be friendly to visitors. But if a group of people pulls up there, says something really rude, then immediately fucks off, and then one of them comes back suspiciously, they're probably not going to think the highest of us. I think if we want to actually stay with these people and like find out if there's anything weird going on or if we can stay there or not, we should go back there. We should apologize for being so rude and talk to them. And as soon as something really does get weird, we still have a pretty good chance to get away.
nobody cares if you're rude if you have coin. We have coin. Ethan, I agree
Yes.
with Steamir. You should go check it out.
All right. And
I'd
back.
I'd like to go with Ethan.
Hold on.
If you want to go
this
with
is
Ethan,
not-
you can. I won't stop you.
This is not decided. Hold on. Stop, Ethan. Dwarf Razor, what do you think we should do?
It's a town. The people seem friendly. What is the issue? Why are we hesitating?
How are you not getting this? There's fucking mushrooms growing out of their heads. Iron Grip.
Yeah.
It was not like this the last time Ostium was here. Something has happened. Lady Farsia indicated something has happened here. They've lost all
And-
communication with the town, and now they have fungus growing out of their heads.
I know it might be weird,
Twelve
for you,
Razor
but
will
humans
scoff
do
at
not
its
look
like-
like this.
It's
Would you not build a house with a rock that had moss growing on it? Like, sometimes
Okay.
turtles have barnacles. What is the issue?
they're right. It's too strange. We should be a little bit more careful. Send Ethan.
Let's
Let us send
Okay.
the defenseless human?
Hey, I'm not defenseless.
he's not defenseless,
I
and he
shoved him.
wants,
Great for himself.
he wants to get out regardless, so let him.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Ethan will
Right.
will
And
give you
he will
coins to come back
return
and
with a
report.
mushroom on his head, and you will not want to talk to him as well. I'm going
Well, if
with
that's
you.
the case, then we will leave. And if you come back with a mushroom head, Drolf Razor, we'll leave without you.
I'll give your mother my mushroom.
If Draw Razor wants to go,
My mother is
Cassian
dead,
is not
you
going to stop.
ungrateful hobgoblin.
The boat
We should
pulls over to this little island over here rather than going to the heart of the city. And Ethan will hop off and scamper down this
Oh, wait,
rotting
hang on.
plankway.
I motioned for Drolf Razor to go with them.
Yeah, I'm going with him. I'm going.
Yeah,
I'm
go
gonna
with
check
him.
it out.
Yeah.
No. Drove Razor, you should stay with us.
Joel
You're
Razor
right,
will like.
It's too suspicious. I can't risk you coming back with a mushroom growing out of your head. You should
Joel Razor has like 1 foot on land and will like sigh and put his foot back in the boat and like kind
Ostigan.
of slump down.
We'll pull you back
And,
out into the water.
Cypher will say something
Ethan, meet us back here
in
tomorrow, I say.
Hobgoblin.
Tomorrow? No, meet us back here in an hour.
Okay, in an hour.
Yeah.
You can see Ethan walks down the plank way and runs into a person over here at this intersection. And seems to be involved in some sort of conversation. Ethan ends up like patting his weapons and pointing to the bow and, reaches out his hand, his gloved hand, to shake the person. Person shakes his hand and points back to a house and points down the walkway. And then Ethan and the person proceed down the walkway and are quickly lost, behind buildings.
We come back an hour later.
I mean, yeah, we wait for him to come back.
Is he instructed to come back?
He was instructed to come back. Yeah.
I
But,
offered to pay him.
This is a time when people don't have watches. There's no way to know what an hour is. You might have like an hourglass, but no 2 hourglasses are the same. You need
No,
the same.
that's fine.
Right.
But he knows the difference between an hour and 5 hours, though.
Totally, right? So you're sitting here in the swamp. You're waiting. There's weird bubbles coming out of the swamp. Ostigan tells you not to worry about it. It's just swamp bubbles. It's fine. While you're here, Ostigan will remind you to stay out of the swamp water. It tells you that there is grasping grass down there, that the plants feed off of creatures that cannot breathe water, and they will literally drown you and then absorb you into their flesh. That there are electric eels and razorfish and what is your piranha-like creature called?
A quipper.
Quipper swarms here.
It's interesting. Do you know what we have in the water back home? Boats. And fish.
Boats are not monsters.
Oh, well, exactly. That's what I'm saying. This place is a fucking hellscape.
As we wait and look for Ethan, does he come back?
Yeah, I mean, some time passes, and everyone's like, has it been an hour? And someone's like, I don't know, it's only been 45 minutes, maybe. Who knows? And, more time passes, and someone's like, what, has it been an hour? And someone's like, well, it's got to be an hour by now. But, it's really hard to know. And so more time passes. And eventually, when everyone is certain that it's been at least an hour and a half, or maybe 2 hours, at the bare minimum, the conversation turns to, what do we do? Because he isn't back yet, and he should be by now.
Do we still see people walking around?
Yeah.
How far is it until the sun sets?
Hour and a half?
All right.
Until the sun
Is
sets,
there guards here? Are there people walking around with weapons or not?
There are a lot of people walking around with spears, and it's hard to tell if they're fishing spears or fighting spears, or maybe they just double for both. And there are people with bows, short bows. So
It looks like it's a quite well-armed population, but maybe no official guards.
yeah, you haven't seen anyone in armor, and you haven't seen anyone wearing a uniform.
Drove Razor, can you send out the Raven and look for Ethan?
I would have to recast Find Familiar. I have a quipper at the moment.
Land for that. Ugh.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, guys. Do we really want to sleep on the boat here?
No. We wait till nightfall.
And then
We'll
what?
go to the land. We will have our tiny hut. And we will leave Bluff. Maybe check back for Ethan in the morning.
You know when sometimes you'll pick a mushroom in the forest and a bunch of spores will fly out of it? That's how they make new mushrooms, right? What if the spores are here? What if we're risking ourselves just being here?
Yeah, I don't like this place.
Wait for
I
nightfall.
think I could eat a mushroom
Well.
before it eats me.
As you're waiting in the boat, and nightfall is soon approaching, eventually, after you've been parked in the harbor essentially for a while, a good citizen of Blup will come on out to this point and wave to the boat and shout the 50 feet to you. Hey!
Hey there.
Hello?
Have you seen our
Hello.
friend? His name's Ethan.
No, I don't know him. Hey,
Yeah,
have you heard the good word of Ood?
we have not.
Did you say food? Drove Razor will start paddling the boat to the shore.
Girlbrother will not paddle the boat because he fucking can't.
No, we have not. Who is Ood?
Ah! Come, let me tell you about Ood! And I think
Can you maybe give us
that
the
is where we can
the
end
rundown.
our session for the day.
here. Oh shit! Cool.
But if you stick around, you'll get to see the after show. I don't think we actually even need to kill the stream. I think we can just transition, break, and
Yeah,
come
do it.
back.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's right.
So don't go
Yeah, like a
anywhere.
1-2 minute
We'll be
break.
right back in like 5 minutes. 10 minutes.
Yeah.
All right.
Catch you guys next time on the Lazarus expedition. No, not like that. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Lazarus Expedition After Show.
Yes,
After show.
my favorite part of late.
This
is
I've
the
had
best
such a
part.
good time on these. Yeah.
Are we? Oh, but sorry, I was supposed to ask this in break. Are we still recording this, by the way?
Oh no,
You can probably turn the recordings off.
Wait, no,
You
because
can.
maybe we do want to record the after
Too
since
late,
we're doing
I'll
it
turn
live.
off.
It's too late,
It's too
buddy.
late, Nick. It's fucking too late.
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
You'll have to rip
sorry,
the bod.
guys. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Okay.
guys.
So, do we want to talk about our thing first, or do our questions first?
I
Let's
think
talk
we
about the
should get-
episode
Let's
first.
talk about the episode, and then we'll talk about the thing, and then we'll do the questions.
Yeah.
Sounds like a great
What
order of operations.
Wait, what is
What
the thing?
We'll get there. Don't worry about it.
We'll get there.
What an intense
Oh,
combat
cliffhanger.
session, first of all. It was a very long fight. I liked it. The brain guys are weird. But
Yeah.
I was also glad to find, because we've had like 3 episodes in a row now where we just did some fighting.
Yep.
And I was glad to get out of that and do a little bit more roleplay because we have these new characters.
Mm-hmm.
And we've
You're
seen them in
exploring
battle and
bits.
they're great, but now we also
Mhm.
got to see them roleplay a little bit.
Yeah.
I think Nick did a really good job with Nick and Potato creating some big role play where Potato wanted to end the boat. Nick's like, "Oh, this is the day of such and such. Let's do
Mhm.
confession." I thought that was really nice.
That was
Mhm.
like, yeah.
That was
It
good.
kind of felt quite natural out there because when you were talking about like it's a day of atonement. I mean, I
Yeah.
was raised Catholic, so it's pretty
Mhm.
like
In the booth.
it came to me immediately. Yeah.
Mhm.
So Ostigan had that story all along, or that was a encounter you said for us? in
That's
the
Neil
future?
being like, I planned this whole arc where
Yeah.
they get abandoned in the desert. I'm making use of it.
What the fuck would we have?
Yep.
What would we have even done? We just.
Well, I don't know.
I guess we would have gone look for water.
Yeah, it was one of those
Yeah.
things where I'm like, actually, I think if this path happens, that they'll just die.
Yeah.
And so I had it written down, and then I was always like, maybe we shouldn't do this. I don't think there's any escape. Oh, the players will figure it out. They're so
Yeah,
smart.
we
There's a
always do.
cleric who's got create water, probably. It'll be fine.
Oh yeah, I think it would have been fine then.
Right? I don't know.
So I actually,
Um,
I'm not sure I actually have
don't know
great
about that.
water learned. Oh, I do
It-
actually. I do
It
actually.
built his character a ton though. Ostigan at the bare minimum.
Mhm.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm really
Sorry,
mad we
monster.
didn't go into the ogre baby cave.
Yeah, me
because
too.
I'm pretty sure I can talk to ogre babies, and like I
Oh,
live in
yeah.
ogre society. Like ogres are like my lieutenants. You know what I mean?
We need
wouldn't have been able
to.
take
We
it
need
with us,
to.
We got a boat.
Well, the ogre baby just. It sounds good on paper, but it would have just been looking after a baby. That was the. That
It
would have been the
never
only
works out.
impact on the
Dude.
campaign.
We could have had a baby character be part of our shenanigans group. It would have been amazing.
Yeah, you're talking like long-term payoff for short-term, quite a lot of pain. like- Well, actually, I was going to say you
No.
can't go in any towns, but maybe you can go in towns here.
Think of the immediate payoff of like being a traveling sideshow and Neil having to
But wait.
role play an ogre baby every single episode.
Yeah, that would be pretty funny.
You know what?
We
now
fucked
I
up.
am also disappointed. Never mind.
Yeah.
I didn't give a fuck about the ogres until right now.
Were there any items in there, Koibu? We're never going back.
Oh, well,
Who knows?
yeah, who knows?
Who
See,
knows?
that's
The thing
fucking
is,
problem, guys.
I really, really find it difficult to turn down content like this in these games, but it's got us killed before, and
I
Neil's
agree,
given us
but
hints
yeah.
that it was dangerous, and I think we made the right call not to do
If
it.
you just do everything Neil has laid out, you will die.
Presents, yeah.
There are some things
It's
you
just
guys
also
get.
like, from my perspective, it was just like, oh, we defeated a big guy, so now we got to go into the cave to see what the reward is. That's just like metagaming 101.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like, that is
yeah,
like
yeah.
the number one most.
To be
like,
fair, that was our whole thing at the start, though. It was, oh, there's a Cyclops. He's gonna have something.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of learned behavior, because if that's
Yeah.
how every big monster in the world is, then...
We weren't
Mm.
gonna take the fight originally. We tried to leave the fight, but then the Cyclops had us. So then it was like, why not?
But
I'm
this
just
is the
shocked that
first-
the good
Sorry.
characters left babies to die on their own.
They're monsters.
I wasn't sure, though.
Wow.
It sounded like Iron Grip was both presenting the option of helping the babies
Iron Grip wanted to eat the babies.
and eating them. So
Iron Grip just wanted to go through the cave. So
I
he was
fe- I-
presenting every option.
I felt like mostly you wanted to eat them. So morally, for me, leaving the babies. I mean, they were already dead as soon as we killed all the ogres. So
That'll be Iron Grip's regret. Iron Grip could have went and got the babies, but he.
100%. That's actually when he eventually understands the concept of Repentance Day. That will
You
be
didn't talk
his
about that.
regret. Yeah,
Mm.
but the thing is, you'd be like 7 days later, right? There's 3 ogre babies in the boat. You've been eaten jerky, and cheese for the last 3 days.
You'd eat
And you're camping out there, and there's 3 babies. I mean, even 2 babies is quite a lot. So
A lot of
are we
babies.
really gonna miss? Are we gonna miss the third one? I mean, we might not even miss the second one. So, and I feel like at least one baby is getting eaten by Drollraiser before we exit the Badlands.
I could have been the first hobgoblin to have an ogre tribe, okay? Right? Usually it's the other way around. Usually ogres, they have tribe of hobgoblins, and hobgoblins might have tribes of goblins beneath them. I could have been the first man to break the glass hobgoblin ceiling, okay?
Yeah, but I feel like if you have to groom them from birth, it's not really the same as like conquering through force, you know?
What do you mean? I conquered their parents. Easy. I get to keep the babies.
Yeah, I guess so. No,
You
that's
keep what
fair.
you kill.
Yeah.
And this is how the real world functioned for tens of thousands of years.
Yeah, it's kind of insane.
Yeah.
Isn't that like how I believe like Native American tribes, like they would just take, like if they came across an enemy tribe and they had kids, like it's like, oh, these kids haven't been raised to be enemies. They would just like take a lot of them in and raise them as
That's
their own.
nice. That's
That
nice.
sounds nice.
This
That's
is
very
like
sick.
immediately after they have killed their parents.
Yeah, but the alternative is just putting them all to the sword, which is probably more common in Europe.
Well, I think in Europe you take them as slaves. Is
Oh,
the
children are a
primary.
resource. They can do
Yeah.
work.
Yeah.
All right, let's get down to brass tacks and talk about the new campaign that's coming after this.
Yeah. So, once upon a time, I'd thrown out an idea, and at the time it resonated with everyone, but it's been like 7 months since then. And we should not feel beholden to past selves if there are other things that have come up. Has anyone had a thought of a thing that they really want to do, that they would like to have a longer campaign about?
I want to be a bard in the new campaign for the sandbox, but I want him to have been like the most famous musician in all of the fucking kingdom or kingdoms.
Mhm.
And then he was like haughty toddy and all about himself, so he would only play for like the kings or the king's court, like the queen's court, da da da. But then it's like walking past a girl on the street one night, and then the girl asked him, "Oh, so and so, can you please like play for me? I've heard so much about your music, like da da da." And he like spits on the child and like scoffs at her and like walks away. And then either the gods, a hag, something of the sort, turns him into like the most hideous creature, which is like a bullywug. So he's so now he can't play his old instrument, but he finds like a shitty banjo, and that is what he's gonna learn and like play through the campaign. And I'm gonna be doing the same in real life. I'm gonna be learning
This
the
is
banjo.
Banjo.
This is not a proposition at this point. You've already bought the banjo.
I bought the
This
banjo.
is happening.
Yeah, this is happening. I can work the frog in, but I have the banjo here, and I'm gonna learn it with the character, and hopefully, the character can get over his bullshit.
Done. Can be done.
The only thing I'm looking for is something with a similar scope to Tides of Death. I want something that feels like a shonen anime in terms of scope. We're starting small, and there's a lot of big shit to look towards.
Okay.
Well, okay. So if there's a
So-
bullywug in the party, then that already kind of says a lot about how the campaign's going to run, right? I mean, it's already going to be slightly different. It's
Yeah.
normal.
I could have like a what's it called? Like a hood that I always wear. It's gonna be something that's gonna have to be like played around with. Humans might see me and think I'm a fucking horrible creature and whatnot.
You know, but we did also speak about doing a monster campaign, didn't we?
Well,
At
I
one point.
have.
Go on, yeah.
I want to
Yes.
go back to what Pokemon Challenges just said. Tell me a little bit more about the shonen anime vibe that you're looking for, because I've got a campaign, one of my many campaigns that I'm always kicking around an idea that really lines up with the shonen anime vibe concept, but I want to make sure we're on the same page. Tell me more about what you're looking for.
So I just like what I really loved about Tides of Death is like the slow burn, slow progression towards something clear. So just by the setting of Tides of Death, there was this ring of islands, and it was established the closer you get to the center, the closer you are to the central figure of the Red
Mhm.
Prince, right?
White Prince,
White
yeah.
Prince.
The White Prince, yeah. And we were very slowly making our way through, and we just basically gotten to the second stage when the campaign got fireballed. And just this like it reminds me a lot of like stuff like One Piece or something where you just have from the get-go almost this idea of just very grand scope in comparison to how like small you are, but you have the ability to explore it all eventually if you just play it for long enough. And I think that idea was so exciting about Tides of Death, and that's like I think extremely cool.
Okay. What about you, Potato McWhiskey? Do you have any feelings about things that you would like for the next campaign?
So right now my feelings are going in like many directions,
Uh-huh.
but the kind of few directions I'd like to do is I like being subversive in the sense that I really like the concept of being an enemy in a foreign land, right? This is true in Tides of Death. We were the enemy in a foreign land. Here, we are kind of an enemy in a foreign land. I like that concept that because that's the way most RPGs work, right? You don't load into an RPG and it's like, oh, welcome, you're in Leicester. You know what I mean? And
Right. We were walking
there's
around
a
and
pub.
yeah.
There's a pub, there's Tesco, and it's like you're in an unfamiliar world, and not only is your battle of progression like your character is advancing, but your understanding of the politics and meaning of the world. Whereas like if you just like plopped into a world that your character's like, oh, I know this guy, I know this whole world, I know everything that's going on, it feels less interesting to me than like, okay, we walked up into this village and like we've had to figure out this village has its own culture, and even like creating a character in a world that you don't really understand. Like I just made up a religion and a whole bunch of superstitious stuff because if he dies, who's going to see another hobgoblin from that tribe? So I like the idea of there being like these kind of areas and blank canvases where we can paint interesting pictures. That's kind of like more interesting to me. When it comes to a sandbox, I really just like adventures in the sense that we get there's a hint of something over here. Okay, go explore that. We find a dungeon. We explore the dungeon. We defeat the monster. We get the loot. We're stronger. We're better. We level up. We make new contacts. We start building a fortress. The fortress is under attack. We get a siege battle. It's just like, I like the idea of a thing that kind of unfolds as you go.
Okay. All right. What about you, Greenzer? What do you have as desires?
You know what? We've just played so much D&D at this point, Neil, in so many different ways that I don't really have any like grand desires for myself. I'm kind of like reacting to what other people are saying. I don't know, like something I was just thinking about when Jamie was talking there. Every campaign we've done recently, including this one, Tides of Death, Tombs of Scoria, and Frozen Frontier, and it plays into what Jan was saying as well. Like, there's this ultimate goal from the start, almost of like, this is what you're here to do, and there's like a setup to it. There's like a background story that you need to know that is like, this is the hook for the campaign. It's like, we've got to kill the ancient red dragon, or we're going to loot this foreign land of treasure, or we're on an expedition to get this resurrection scroll. But if you think back to Hardcore Heroes, and I feel like that's the true sandbox, is just you are characters in a nondescript town in a world, and you kind of have to make your own story and decide what your own goals and priorities are. And I think that's kind of like the ultimate sandbox, because there is no like guiding hand there that says, you must go in this direction. And also, one thing that we don't get in this campaign, because we're constantly moving, is like the evolution of like local politics around the party. Because we're constantly moving, we're just moving away from that. So like we do a thing, it has an impact, but then we leave. And Tides of Death, we were the enemy, so we didn't really have local politics until we got important enough that we kind of wear the politics ourselves. So I don't know, that's kind of the opposite of what Jamie and Jan have just said, but I think a change would be something that's more like, I don't know, less grandiose from the offset, maybe.
So something
kind of on
where
Nick's
you
side here, I am a little tired of we start a campaign, here's our goal, that's what we're gonna do. I like the idea of, you kind of start and then we would just figure out what the fuck we're gonna do.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
What were we gonna say, Ian?
I think it's I think that's not necessarily in conflict with what I'm looking for. Like it doesn't have to be like I think Tombs of Scoria, for example, was like so very clear. Like you get one specific quest, right?
Yeah.
That's but that's not really what Tides of Death was like, right? Like the we weren't really set out there to fight the White
I
Prince. We were
suppose
set
not
out,
straight away.
Yeah.
yeah. It
Only
was
really one character was, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, but Sale kind of was from the start on that
It
path.
was- it was
Which
more
put
that
us
the
on that path.
structure of the setting
Yeah.
drove us towards that, and that's what I think is cool. The setting itself giving some sort of streamlined direction, I think, is cool. But my thing is more about like, again, I think the key word here is scope, right? Like,
Yeah.
Yes.
You want it to be like grandiose.
Grandiose and starting off small and
Yeah.
looking at things, you know, like in like you're playing an open world game and you see a massive mountain in the background. You're like, I could never get there. That must.
Yep.
But eventually, you were like, oh wow, I can actually get there and climb up there
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
So
yeah.
you don't need
When
like
it comes to
Oh, you can go ahead.
when it comes to what Peachal is saying, I do like the idea of there being like an antagonist that we can't like just go straight to the antagonist to take him out. Like we couldn't just march up to the White Prince's castle and take him out. But he was there, right? From minute one. And
Well,
he infected
can I
every
just comment on that idea? An antagonist that develops because of the actions of the party organically is maybe more satisfying than one that's kind of like just there from the start.
I agree.
Okay.
Because when something's there from the start, it kind of feels like everything is then built upon eventually getting to said antagonist, whether it be like disrupting his or her like lower level minions or something like that. I think that it could be a good thing to try out, just like your 4 characters. What do you want to do?
Yeah, I think what also hits on kind of what I'm describing is what was so cool about Tides of Death is it was really cool to imagine what was beyond, right? It was really cool to imagine what was in the inner circles of those islands, and there was hints of that and glimpses of that with the White Prince's army, and the idea that we could actually find out what's going on in there. That was what was so cool, right? So like, yeah.
Like Tides of Death could have been the campaign I'm talking about if we were part of the Dardannes from the start. Like if we weren't natural enemies with
The White Prince.
the forces of the White Prince, then that would have been like a perfect setting for kind of what we're talking about, which is you've got the immediate scope. And there is an
I'm looking at
antagonist.
Neil's face, and he's about to tell us that we're going to play in the Farron Empire or something. I know it.
Like you've got this White Prince figure who is a potential antagonist, but he's not like against the party.
Yeah.
He could also be your
necessarily.
ally, though.
Yeah, which is interesting. Then it's like, do you make a deal with them, or I mean, maybe we did have that option in Tides of Death a little bit.
I don't
Like,
think we did.
could we have? Well, in theory, we could have killed Sale and allied with the White Prince, couldn't we?
Could you really do that to your?
No, we would never do
Yeah.
that. But in theory, the characters could have done that. But
I think
Yeah.
we've made our
Yeah.
I think we've made our intentions very clear. Let's
Yeah.
hear what Neil thinks.
So
Yeah.
we're looking for a campaign that doesn't come with a here's the thing that you're born to do, here's your overriding storyline.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're looking for a campaign where our players get to sort of explore their destiny, but inevitably get wrapped up in some sort of storyline or storylines. We're also looking for a campaign where we either get to come back to the same areas over and over again or kind of stick around in an area so we can see how things change and we have a more permanent influence rather than like fucking off and our actions don't have consequences.
Yeah.
One more quick thing to add for you is we're totally, I think we talked about this in the past, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're looking for something, how animes are like, they have arcs.
Yeah.
So our characters could go on an arc and then we could complete our own mission, and this could take like, let's say 4 months, and then we're going to take a break and do a quick time skip or something like that. We're going to take a break in real life on that campaign and do another campaign for like 3 months to 4 months. And then once that one's done, we'll come back. And then a year has passed. What's happened since then?
Okay.
And then we
This
pick
could
it
be
back
cool,
up.
yeah.
That's an easy thing to build into the game, and then we can take breaks as,
Needed.
as needed. And if it feels like we need a longer arc, then we can do another short one or whatever. And okay.
Yeah.
So we're looking for a true open sandbox player-driven campaign, which is great. I love that style. It's actually one of my favorite things to do. Lately I've been trying to give players a bit more of direction, because sometimes when I've had open sandboxes, it gets a little bit like we could do anything, and there's a bit of choice paralysis that's going on. And so I've been trying to do more campaigns that are like, here's the thing to do. So that way there's always like a motivation for the party.
I think we're strong enough players.
Yeah.
Role play in character well enough to be able to build in-game motivations.
Yeah.
And I
without
think
needing
you
your
constructing
direction.
those campaigns has probably given you more experience now to kind of hit the middle of that, right?
Yeah.
Not swing completely back and give us full, because it's still good to direct us sometimes.
Okay.
I want to take a pause and like make sure, Potato, what can you add to this, I guess, that you can look forward to? Because it feels like, I guess, it felt like you and I were a little bit diametrically opposed with what we were looking for.
How do you mean?
It sounded like you kind of wanted more of like a White Prince type character to be there, and I didn't. Yeah.
To clarify, it's not necessarily that like there's a White Prince type character there.
Mhm.
It's more that there's like a hint of something that you can go up against, right?
Yeah.
Like in every like RPG, you start off, it's like, go kill rats. Well, did you hear about that castle up north?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Okay,
that kind
yeah,
of a thing.
I agree. I think that's on Koibu to leave like the
Okay.
breadcrumbs,
Yeah.
and that's what this kind of campaign, in my opinion, does so well. Is that we don't come in with it like we need to go and eventually kill the White Prince, so all we're gonna do is now like focus on him. It's like, oh, there's like 3 things that you heard in town today. One is like this guy named Saint Vicious. One is like about the mines in fucking Moria, and then there's like another thing where you could just go like farming for like the week.
Yep.
And those are like the breadcrumbs. But then there might be, and there probably usually is, like a big overarching story happening in the
Yeah.
background that you might want to get a part of.
So like,
Yes.
you know how there's like TV shows that are mostly episodic, but there is an overarching
Storyline going on in the
Story?
background.
Doctor Who and
the
Buffy.
episode,
Perfect.
yeah.
Yeah.
And the episodes that have the overarching story are usually the ones that you look forward to
They're
the
like the
most,
best ones.
right?
Yeah.
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 Season finales,
Wow.
yeah.
Okay.
My perfect game of D&D. Did any of you guys watch Stargate?
A bit.
Okay, so like Stargate is episode 1 and 2 of the season. You get the story arc set up for the season.
Mhm.
Episode like 3 to 18 is random adventures with like little sprinkles of story. Episode 19 and 20, conclusion of story. That is like the
Yeah.
perfect D&D
No,
arc
I
for me.
think I agree with you. It would be
Okay.
like the conclusion of the story around like episode 20, but then our characters would go on like a hiatus because we've done the thing that we wanted to
Yeah,
do.
yeah.
Because
We
like
have
we
a
don't
boss.
want,
You know?
because we already have a campaign that is completely episodic. That's Cosmos Kitchen, right?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
not what
Mhm.
we want. Yeah.
But I think
this
it
is
is
just a
nice
good-
to have like episodic things to do to like level up. Those things have to happen
Yeah.
sometimes. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, like, for the actual like nature of running the show of a long sandbox, we don't want to get into a position where we're doing a 100-episode campaign. It's nice to be able to do 20-episode arcs, take a break, do something else.
I think a 20 episode arc,
Keep
we
it
take
fresh.
a break, we release a 30-minute YouTube video of like, hey, here's what happened in the last arc. It's completely animated. Watch this and you'll be ready for the next season.
Oh, sick, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like we're doing seasons. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Next set of questions for you all. Do you want to be in completely new lands that you've never played in? Or do you want to play in, we could set it in ancient
back in
Arcadia,
Drakus.
we could do modern Arcadia, we could do Dardennes, we could do Solemn, we could do Rabara, there's a lot of places that have already been established that we could play in, or we could do completely wild and new stuff, or maybe you don't give a shit about the setting.
So I have an opinion. I feel like we've done a lot of like adventuring in the wild. I kind of want like an urban campaign. Like if there's a giant city somewhere in your world that like has an underbelly or like a sewer system, or, something
what-
like that.
What if
Okay.
it was placed in the Tides of Death timeline in one of the main cities in the center of the Dardennes? That way there'd be a
No.
link back to Tides of Death.
I
It'd
don't
be an
think I
urban
want to go
campaign.
back to Tides of Death area.
No?
It
Okay.
I also
just
think-
feels really restrictive.
Yeah, we are then we're doing islands again, and
Yeah.
there's only
Yeah, I
so much you can
suppose,
do
yeah.
on islands, right?
Yeah.
I think I'm interested in something in the city, like Potato's talking about. I'm I'm torn between one and the other. One wolf in me wants to play in the area that Nick and Sean and like everybody created, the Hardcore Heroes era, and then another wolf in me wants to go out and make a new era that is like
Yeah.
this is the cool spot. It's not Drekis anymore. That story's been done.
Yeah,
The
I
new
think
area
I
is
think
like
that
over
is.
here.
And if
And
Neil's
I
already
know we
planning
could do
something
that.
else,
Yeah.
I think we probably should, right? It's kind of like our responsibility, I think, at this
Yeah.
point, is
Well, I
to
mean,
set
there's-
up the next.
There's also all of ancient Arcadia, which hasn't been explored pretty much at all. And it's technically the same landmass, but like visually, geographically,
I
it's
think that's
completely
what
different.
Mute and I are saying. Like, I think the reason why Tombs of Scoria and all that was so good and satisfying is because it was all building upon Hardcore Heroes and Georg.
Yeah.
And I think
agree.
that has kind of been done now. And I know, Neil, you're planning new stuff there, so I don't think we need like a second new campaign in that aftermath. But if this is going to be a long form campaign, and we're going to be doing other campaigns around it, and probably you'll be running other campaigns around the same time, maybe this is the right format to set up that new, like, it could be at any point in time, any place really, but it could be the basis of this kind of Hardcore Heroes-esque setup to an area.
Okay. All right.
But another part
Nick,
of me thinks that we should like maybe do it in continuation with the timeline, because is there a real reason to go and make a whole new thing when we have the old past stuff that could be like hinted at that people could go check on, and we can just still do cool shit in the future?
Yeah,
Well,
what if
there's
it's
always-
500 years after Scoria, maybe, or something
there's
like that?
cool shit
Yeah.
everywhere, so we can set it like wherever we go. There'll be fun things
Yeah.
to do. Well, it'll be great.
Absolutely.
I want to know a preference for systems and like magic levels, unless you had something, Pokemon.
Yeah.
One last thing,
ju-
go
just
ahead.
real quick, my input on the setting. I don't really care. I think
Mhm.
Neil's really good at making settings. I think the setting having some sort of central theme is kind of good, or just some idea behind it, because it's just easier to make characters. Instead of just being a completely blank slate. But I think in terms of just like timeline and setting, I think it's Neil's world, and I think he has a lot
Yeah.
of ideas for
Agree.
stories that
Yeah.
need to be told there. And I think in the end, if he thinks there's a really cool story to be told somewhere, then I completely trust him to find something really cool.
I agree.
I
Jamie, what
were
disagree.
you gonna say,
It's the
Potato?
players that make the story. No, I kind of like the idea of us. Like, this might sound a little bit weird, but we play like a dynasty through
I
ages.
agree as well. That could be cool.
Like, we play a house, if that makes sense. So like one of us is like the older uncle, and we've got like a squire, young knight. I don't know. These are kind of like ideas I would jostle around in my head. Maybe not necessarily for this sandbox, but that was just an idea
I think
threw
it
out in
could
my
be
brain.
cool to like turn it into that if we wanted to, right?
Yeah.
Let's say like
Mm.
one season we get a castle or whatever, and then we're like, you know what? These characters, their story's told. Why would they want to continue adventuring? Blah 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 blah. But we can play as their kids, and then
Yeah. Time
we
skip
have
30 years.
yeah, we time skip like 30, 40 years,
Well,
and then see where
Boruto
we're at.
it, yeah.
I think
Okay.
that could be really cool too. I'm on that side.
All right, well, let's talk about like levels of magic in the world. And levels of magic are directly tied to how like outlandish and overpowered things can be. So a high magic campaign, there's a lot more suspension of disbelief and a lot more like wild things happening. A more low magic campaign, it's going to be a lot more gritty, a lot more nuanced, a lot more oh my
Well,
god, I didn't have the dagger on me and now we can't cut the rope, or whatever. So are there any feelings about
It might help us to understand how would you, on that scale, how would you describe Tides of Death, and how would you describe the Lazarus Expedition?
Lazarus Expedition is middle high magic. Tides of Death is middle low magic.
What was Tombs of Scoria and what was Hardcore Heroes?
Tombs of Scoria would also be middle high magic. And what was the other one?
Hardcore Heroes.
Hardcore Heroes was middle
Middle
low
low.
magic, I guess.
I think I prefer middle low magic, but currently I'm having a lot of fun with 5th edition. I don't know
Yeah.
if those two things coincide with each other.
Well, usually the 5th edition campaigns tend to be the higher magic ones, and the 2nd edition campaigns tend to be the lower magic
we're not
ones.
talking about edition yet because I've got thoughts on what.
Yeah, but
play.
just
Okay,
just
so-
in
Stick to the
terms
magic
of
discussion.
the availability of magic and magic items and magic people, and like, here is a creature from another plane that has appeared for unknown reasons.
I think that you had it and you have it perfect in the Ties of Death / Hardcore Heroes era. It feels like, especially Desperate Measures, when we earned that bow after playing 20 episodes, it really feels like you've earned something. Whereas Tombs of Scoria, I understand the setting and everything, but it doesn't feel like we earned any of those magic items, and none of them had an attachment. Whereas I get a +3 sword, and I'm disappointed that it's not a +4, +5 sword.
Mhm.
Whereas in Desperate Measures, I got a +2 spear, and I was like, wow, this is one of the coolest magic items you've ever given out.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Definitely.
Other people,
don't know.
magic levels?
High magic thing
go ahead.
can work, but I've got a soft spot in my heart for kind of basically what Mooch just described is a feeling that I want to recapture, and it's hard to get that in a high magic world, I think. But I also would say in a campaign where we're going to be playing for a long time and there's going to be high level characters, that high levels break low magic worlds.
That's
A
why I
little
think
bit.
that we should be seasonal, and if they get too high level, we can retire, and Neil can make some decisions on what we've done for the world.
Okay.
hmm
Because being 14th level in 2nd edition is not fun.
Well,
Okay.
it is fun in a certain way.
Oh, what were you gonna say, Jamie?
I think I prefer. I think it's more exciting when you have a high magic world, in the sense that not necessarily that there's like an abundance of magic items, but more so that there's an abundance of people with magic, magical abilities like arcane archers or paladins, clerics, eldritch knights, all these kind of cool martial magic classes. But I'm also really love the idea. So I'm happy with that, but I also really love the idea of an extremely low magic world where like even wizards are rare. Like even just having magic is rare.
I think if we're gonna do something like even wizards are rare, I don't think any of us should play a magic caster for like the first campaign, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we can actually feel that.
Agreed. We would all be
It
like,
would add to that sense of scope, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, so you want both magic empowered people and no magic at all.
so I would like either a lot of magical people without magic items, or just like almost no magic at all.
Okay.
What you mean by a lot of magical people is you're talking, I would assume, more like you want to
Druids,
see that
bards,
there is
clerics.
a really cool fucking wizard in this tower that we hear about, and he's doing big things in the world. But we
Alamar.
don't necessarily meet him.
Yes.
Or do
I
you
just
mean
think
like
that-
there are random duders walking around who have like, spells and stuff? But
I mean, like we might run into like Abdractar Plaguebane, right? Whereas in a low
Okay.
magic world, that would be like fucking super rare.
Yeah.
right,
okay.
right. Okay, so you want either like crazy rare magic or we have cool magical enemies to fight.
Yes.
He wants
Okay.
both. Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm also very like I also don't mind because I always just adapt to the system. These are just like ideas.
I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
think that we've played campaigns in this world now, and we've all played a lot of D&D. I just think, like, from a story perspective, in a vacuum, if you have this like really low magic world, oh my god, first time you run into a spellcaster and he's using magic missiles, and from the character perspective, that's like, oh shit, there's like magical bolts being shot at me. But from a meta player perspective, you're like, okay, yeah, he cast a magic missile. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like, it's if you're going for like a wow effect, by like contrast, if you're going for like a wow effect, it's like, oh, the magic is so rare and that makes it special. You're kind of not gonna get that just by removing all the magic.
But I think the wow effect could instead be, rather than, oh, we run into a 5th level wizard, no, we ran into a like 19th level wizard who is casting Meteor Storm or something like that. That's going to give you the wow effect versus just having like
Mhm.
Yeah, but
this
there's no running into a 19th level wizard casting Meteor Storm and
they don't
walking
have to
out
be
of that
casting it
encounter.
at you, right?
Okay,
It could be
well, yeah.
like, for some reason, we see this 19th level wizard fighting
Well, if you could imagine a situation
tough.
where a super powerful wizard restricts the ability of others to get into magic, right? Destroys magic schools, restricts
Oh,
the
he
spread
pulls
of
the ladder
magic
up behind him.
item. Yeah, essentially,
Yeah.
yeah. So there's a few powerful wizards out there, and then maybe there's the odd gifted person who can, or is lucky enough to be gifted and live next to the one wizard in the country. But
Okay.
But I am on Pokemon Challenge's side of like, if I saw someone casting a magic missile, I wouldn't.
I'm
be
like, who
impressed.
cares?
Yeah,
Yeah.
out of character.
Even if
character
it's
might
really
be.
rare in that campaign, it's still
Yeah.
not like
Out of character, I've seen it a million
okay,
times. It's
yes, but if we were playing, say,
I can work
second
with
edition,
this.
Yeah.
Right.
some of the spells are so broken that if they weren't in the game, you wouldn't have to balance around them. So, for example, if there's no wizards out there casting Sleep without a save or casting Stone Skin, you don't have to worry about it. The campaign's not balanced around it. But then when someone does turn up and cast Stone Skin, yeah, you've heard of it before, but now this motherfucker is essentially unkillable. And it has a huge impact. Whereas in 5th, it's like, okay, cast Magic Missile. Wow, so scary because it's just the same as my sword.
I agree with Nick there. The cool spells aren't the spells that you use for damage, usually. The cool spells are like, oh, fuck. Neil's describing a guy who's all steely gray. What does that mean?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
It's,
Well,
yeah.
I think I've got enough from you on magic concepts. Let's talk
Okay.
systems. 2nd edition, 5th edition. When does the new D&D shenanigans drop?
D&D1?
Yeah, is that what they're calling it? Why are they calling
Think
it
so.
D&D 1? That's a terrible name.
it's like when they just made Modern Warfare 2 again.
Yeah, again. Nick, you said you had some thoughts on this?
Yeah, so listen, I feel comfortable saying this because I know I'm going to get pushback from other people. So if I felt like everyone was going to agree with me, I'd be more concerned about maybe saying this. But I just feel like, hear me out. Rules as written, 2nd edition, death at 0, no crits, no house ruling the spells, no messing around with any of the rules. Just do it as it was written, the same way we did for Hardcore Heroes. And I think, unironically, sometimes you might say like, "Oh, this house rule makes sense." Yes. But after 5 years of making house rules, it just got to the point where it was kind of like not working as intended. But also, I'd be happy to play 5th as well. I am enjoying 5th, but I do think this low magic thing works better in 2nd.
My thing is, I think 2nd edition spells are absolutely just the best thing in the world. I hate 5th edition spells. They don't feel magical. They feel boring and gamified. Whereas 2nd edition, when you get a spell and you're reading your spell list and you see something like fucking solipsism, and you're just like, oh my god, this is insane. Like, the things I could do with it, it actually feels like magic. However, I think for the average viewer, saying, oh, we play 2nd edition, they're going to be like, that's not the edition I play. I'm not going to watch.
I agree.
It's more marketable. I agree with that. Also, as someone who is just I'm not really sure what the differences are, but from what I understand, the non-magical classes are more interesting in 5e, right? That
Way
seems to be
better.
agreed upon.
Yeah,
Way
yeah.
better.
So if we're doing a low magic campaign, if we're all just going to play 2e fighters, I feel like,
Yeah.
I agree with that.
It's a very, very good. It's a very good challenge. Yeah.
100%. If we're going to do a 2e campaign, then I think we should all be some sort of spellcaster.
Nah.
I agree.
Or we should have at least two
I think
in
we
the
should have at
group.
least
Yeah.
2 spellcasters. Yeah, if we do a, but I think that
We should probably
this?
we should probably do 5th.
Since we're talking about doing a dynasty or something like that, maybe let's start out with 5th and see where we get to. Because we might eventually.
This is just
What if we do the first arc?
reiteration, by the way, on how we landed 5e last time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
This is
What
we're
if we
just
do
doing that
the,
recursively right now.
The first arc? Hear me out, right? We do 1st edition. Second arc. We do 2nd edition.
We skip the 4th arc. We just don't do it.
Skip the 4th arc. That's only a 1-episode arc, and it's 100% roleplay.
Okay.
I think I'm on the side of 5th edition, bare minimum for the YouTube channel.
Okay. 5e's great.
Yeah.
Love my some 5e.
I'm liking 5th.
Okay.
I like 2 Neil for. I think what I would really love in a 2e campaign is essentially a roguelike, where we all get dumped into a dungeon together and we have to get out. And it's like an infinite dungeon that like has layers, and I think that would be a really fun 2e campaign for us to do. Like maybe a long-term live
interesting.
stream type thing. Like
I really
You find a
feel like
potion. What's the potion do? Take a sip. You're on fire. You're dead, bitch.
I
Yeah.
feel like I feel like that would be fun as like a one-off here and there, but it wouldn't be a
Yes.
good long campaign.
No, but
No,
it's a good.
that's
It's a
what I'm
good
talking
kind
about.
of
What I'd like to
Cosmos
do in
Kitchen
2E.
idea.
It is a good Cosmos Kitchen idea.
No,
I agree.
not Cosmos Kitchen, but like as a filler thing
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
do.
Yes.
Yeah, like a comeback recurring dungeon. Yeah, that would be cool.
I think if we want to introduce second edition to the viewers, I think that could be a good way to do it.
Because like early Dungeons and Dragons is really well built around that kind of dungeon crawling thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah. First edition, especially, right?
Mhm.
It's super well built for that, and that's where I think 2E shines. Like whenever we were doing like anything to do with like a dungeon, traps, or like a sequence of encounters where we had to manage resources in 2E, that's when I feel like we were having the most fun.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Okay.
think my votes for this big campaign is 5e.
Same.
Yeah, it makes the most sense. Yeah.
Okay, so we want a 5e campaign that is a player-driven sandbox that's pretty open-ended with multiple story arcs that come to a nice clean close. That might involve a lot of urban activity, and definitely involves at least being around the same area, or
Yeah.
doing things and coming back to the same area. Maybe some sort of dynastic. We are people creating a zone, and you become, we're playing multiple generations within that zone. We want it to be like super magic rare and super magic
Wow.
abundant, or maybe one of the two, but like there's a lot of variability on what we're talking about.
I
for
will
magic.
say though that
I'll
I
let
think
someone else make that call.
5e struggles in low magic. I would say just because of the abilities that you get
Yes.
with the classes.
Well, if we
We're all playing
pick
fighter then,
classes that don't have crazy magic powers, it does work out pretty well, right? Like if someone's got a fighter and someone's got a rogue, that's pretty simple and straightforward. If someone's
Yeah.
a bard, there's not really a lot of magic in there. They do have some spells, but like maybe we trim the list or modify the list or something,
Yeah,
like
you can trim it and you can make it. I would like my bard to be more like, I don't know, like persuades you with
Can't you go like Bard of the School of Swords or something as bards and become more like a fighter?
I wasn't gonna do that because he's gonna be doing some music stuff.
Okay.
yeah.
I'm
Well,
not
so
sure.
okay, so I think I've got some ideas here. The campaign we had talked about last time was playing as dwarves at the early dawn of civilization, and I have some grand story ideas for what would be going on there, but they're a lot less like, here's a thing you have to do, more of a like, this is a thing that happens to dwarves at the beginning of time, but I don't really know how it's resolved. So after the players do some stuff for a while, we'll see like this event, how does it impact the dwarves? So there are like
I'm totally down to
storylines,
play that.
but it's a lot less like do the one objective and more like dwarves get kicked in the nuts. Let's watch it happen, everyone.
I'm super down for that.
I think the early dawn stuff. Is there really a big city in the early
Well,
years?
But the big city is these are things that are like, this would be nice, but I'm happy to play in any campaign.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I'm saying from my experience in that time period, there's not like a huge amount of politics. There's not a huge amount of big cities. Like I wonder if that maybe doesn't work as well with those two goals there. But I'm sure you could make it work, and maybe the dwarves do have a big mountain city.
I can find a way to finagle things, and let's talk about cities just for a brief moment here, because we use the word city to sort of mean like a central area of industry and politics and communication and trade. But like in the real world year, like 650 BC or 6,500 BC, like the great cities of Egypt had like, 10 or 20 or 30,000 people. Like they weren't huge, but those were like the epic cities of the time. And you fast forward to 0 AD and Rome has like a 250,000 people or something, and it's like an amazing city. But nowadays, even if you live in a small city, your population's 100,000 or more. So when we talk about city, I just want to narrow the field a little bit on what we mean. Do we mean lots and lots of people, or do we mean like the center of governance and power?
Well, when I was thinking of an idea of like a campaign that's mostly centered around a city, I was thinking of like we're like essentially ants in a giant anthill, and we're squirreling around doing things. But if it fits the setting better, I'm okay with it just being the center of power, and it's not necessarily a big city.
Okay.
I think maybe what you're going for is that feeling of small fish, big pond.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I just see we spend a lot of time in the wilderness, so I thought it would be cool to have a campaign centered around an actual like political
Okay.
location.
Okay.
agree.
Okay. So even if we're centered around a political location where things are happening, but like it's not a million people in this city, it's like a small city of
Yeah.
20,000 people, that still
That's fine.
scratches that itch for you.
100%.
Yeah, it could just even
Okay.
be in the area. Eventually, getting to the city could be like a thing. Like
Okay.
Hardcore Heroes, they were in
Shirebrook.
Shirebrook. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. No, that's perfect. That's great. That integrates a lot of things. Okay.
If it could be possible, I would like Neil, if you could like work with everyone a little bit on their backstory, in the fact of like Nick wants to do a character and he has this in his backstory. Prequel episode with like Nick and Potato, with what happened in their backstory. Prequel episode with me and Pokemon in what happened in our backstory. Then boom, first episode.
Like what we
I
did
thought-
at the beginning of Tides of Death, right?
I
Yeah,
thought
that
what
was
happened with
really
Tides of
good.
Death was really good, and I wish in the Lazarus expedition that we could have seen like Good King Arnold in for like an episode, like what he's done. You know?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
felt like it missed it. Yeah.
I
do
feel like
think-
that too, actually.
I do think for narrative purposes, that doesn't necessarily have to be the first session of the campaign, though.
It's true. I agree.
I think
But I feel like it helps
Hmm.
your character, or you know your character more, if it is.
Yeah.
absolutely.
Well, we've done that in the past where we had, when people couldn't make episodes, we did backstory episodes for the characters.
Yeah,
No one
that
can
was-
make
was
it, so
quite
it's just
nice.
going to be me and Nick, and we're going to do what Nick's character was up to in the past, and that was a really good way of filling. Like, sorry boys, the house is on fire. I have to cancel today.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
it was also quite good from a player point of view because it let you get to know your character a little bit in the campaign and then
Yeah.
have some ideas and then go back and kind of fill in the backstory at that point
Mm-hmm.
to like set yourself up later on in the
Mhm.
campaign, you know.
Okay. So let's touch base on that dwarven idea where it is the family of dwarves, and it's, what happens to this. If you were a person who was a bard who was successful and then got turned into a bullywug, you could have been a dwarf to start with, and now you're a bullywug, and your
Easy.
dwarf family still loves you despite your froggy appearance. How
That
do
works for me.
how
I
does
just
the
don't-
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I don't want like me being a monster character bullywug to like. I want it to affect a bit, but I also don't want it to be like everybody's just always trying to kill me. It would
No, I
be more
gotcha.
like we're the weird fucking family. Like they have the fucking frog guy. I don't like them. Da da da.
Got it? Okay. How do people feel about playing a clan of dwarves specifically? Any
I
feelings?
I
Feelings
love
on
that idea.
Love it.
I
If
like
I
it.
get to do a Scottish accent for 30 weeks in a row, I'm in.
You haven't been
Um,
doing that so far?
Aye, laddie.
Sorry.
I'm down for this setting. It sounds cool. It sounds like you have a lot of cool ideas for it.
Okay. Nick, could you lower
Maybe
yourself?
stomach it.
it doesn't sit right with me, Neil, I'm not gonna lie.
Just be a monster character like me.
I think
Okay.
yeah, maybe. I think I can get past it.
At the very least, the dwarves probably have some non-dwarven friends. You could be
For sure.
And
cousin
gnome.
cousin Benny.
One challenge
or...
though.
Mhm.
One challenge though is if we
Nick
are going
the
to do this
gnome.
like time skip thing,
Mm.
it's more difficult with dwarves because they live so fucking long. Whereas you can
Yeah, but
skip
it could be
30
cool to
years if
see,
you're
like,
playing
you skip-
humans.
But like our dad would be retired and shouting at us like, "Way back in my day, we slew the Grolgrug with an axe and a hand tied behind our back."
That
Yeah,
could be
sure.
cool.
But if there's like a game end, if there's like a world-ending threat, and your dad, who is a level 15 PC that you were playing in the previous arc, is still there, then you've got to do a little bit of suspension of disbelief to think like, why is he not picking up his axe and coming to help us?
I think it's a manageable problem. Okay.
We'll
Sure.
figure it out.
Okay.
We don't have to settle on anything right now. I'm going to see if I can't flesh out this dwarf idea a little bit better. If I can come up with some the mechanical stuff that I wanted to talk about dwarves. So I can come up with some of the things that I really wanted to do with them. We'll run with it. But if I get a little bit bogged down in like, oh, I have this thing, but I don't know how to do it. It might need more direct, like, then we will just do like people from the village or the town of blah, blah, blah. And you can all make your characters and they'll be independent of race. And then if we do some sort of like lineage or clan thing, it'll be because your characters, you know, either work for the same family and it's not your parents or your grandchildren, but it's like the grandchildren of the estate you work for, or maybe you end up like marrying into family. Like, we can work it out throughout the campaign. We'll find a way to make it happen. As for addition, I think we're going to run with 5th. As for like setting,
well, it's dwarves at the dawn of time, right?
well, I meant like, do we do it in like primitive Arcadia, or are we going to go like check out Solemn in the during the Age of Might or whatever? That'll be subject to all the other decisions. And then we'll just pick a location based on that stuff. But
yeah, I think you probably are best place to pick that, Neil. To be honest, yeah.
Yep.
The only environment that I've ever heard anyone talk about is cities. No one has expressed like, I want to visit the plains, or I want to play in the jungles, or give me a littoral region.
I want
Doesn't
to be
sound
in a
like
mountain. I want to be in a huge mountain city, if possible, like the Mines of Moria.
big mountain city. What when you say mountain city, what does that feel to you like?
Like Lord of the Rings, when they go into the mines and it's taken over with all of the I don't know, fucking goblins or whatever. Like that city where you're walking and it's like completely lit by lanterns. It's huge and vast. That's kind of the vibe.
Okay,
that I feel
but
like.
that was like definitely an underground city. That was like under the earth the whole way. Okay.
But I don't know Lord of the Rings that well. Is that whole place inhabited by the dwarves, or is there wilderness within the mountain city where monsters would be?
Well, they delved too deep, and then the wilderness found them. But before that, it was just like dwarf town. Dwarf
made it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a tunnel from one
like,
side of the mountain to another, and a dwarf city inside.
But can you get like, you know, if you're in a village, you can get a quest to go to the swamp and kill the Hydra. If you're in a dwarf underground city, is there a quest like that?
The quest would be like leave the underground area and do the blah blah blah.
City. Go do the thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I'm cool if it's not
you
in the underground as well. I just think it's cool.
But you're looking
more
for like
so it's cool to have a city that's like a dwarf city, right? That's I think the real if we discard all of the other things we've talked about, the real meat here is that a lot of the time when we play the game, we like go from place to place and nothing, like we never see the consequences of the things we've done there.
Okay,
That's what's happened for like the past 2 campaigns. Yeah,
this all actually points us more in the direction of the dwarven stuff.
Perfect.
Because I have an idea of how I think that the Tolkien dwarf concept is actually extremely well built. I think that the way they describe dwarves physically and mechanically actually really lends itself to develop the sort of lore that dwarves develop. And it's really somehow just like a nice synergizing of things. And I would like to explore that. So I think we're probably going to be on track for Dwarf Fetish campaign.
Oh, don't forget, in dwarf lore, I'm pretty sure they believe that like a dragon like inflated the earth, and that's why all the mountains are hollow.
we might not be using that lore. But
listen, all I'm saying is those mountains better be hollow and filled with gems.
Yeah, I think
right.
that we've hit our ending
good.
point. We're not going to do any questions this week. We're going to do them like normal next week, due to the fact of people have trains to catch to go to Paris, TwitchCon, and stuff like that. So we that's why we ended 30 minutes early. I thought this would take 30 minutes, and then we'd get to questions, but sorry.
Okay.
Happens.
It's all good.
All right, then. We will catch you all next week for some more Save or Die, the Lazarus expedition.
Bye-bye.
Sweet. See you guys.
Later. Bye bye.